Sir, good morning, sir. This is Dr. Padma from Electrical Department, sir.
Good morning, Padma garu.
Good morning, sir.
Mallikarjun ela unnaru? మీ ఆడియో కట్ అయింది.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్, మల్లికార్జున్ సార్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ మల్లికార్జున్ రావు
సార్.
బాగున్నారా?
బాగున్నాను సార్. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ టు టాక్ టు యూ ఆన్ దిస్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ సార్.
వెరీ నైస్
సార్. మా కాబోయే హెడ్ గారు సార్.
మీ కాబోయే హెచ్ఓడియా?
సార్ యాక్చువల్గా ఆర్డర్స్ ఇచ్చారు సార్, హెడ్షిప్ ఆర్డర్స్.
సో కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్.
ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్.
లెవెన్ 30 చార్జ్ తీసుకుంటారు అనుకుంటాను సార్.
11:30కా? ఓకే
సార్, ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ తీసుకుంటాను సార్. ఐ నీడ్ యువర్ బ్లెస్సింగ్ సార్.
Certainly all blessings are with you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్.
Here you are a hard working person. ఖచ్చితంగా you can make better things to happen.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ సార్.
At 9:30 to 10 inaugural కదా?
ఎక్కువ వస్తుంది, ఒకసారి ఇక్కడ ఆపువా.
మేడం మీ దగ్గర ఎక్కువ మేడం, ఒకసారి వాల్యూమ్ మ్యూట్ చేయండి.
So sir, we are waiting for OSD sir. Krishnan garu to join. He will be joining shortly, sir.
Okay, let him. 9:30 to 10 inauguration, 10 to 12 lecture kada?
అవును సార్.
వీళ్ళ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ మిక్స్ ఎలా ఉందండి?
ఏం సార్?
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ మిక్స్ ఎలా ఉంది అన్న?
పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఈసారి మోస్ట్లీ స్టూడెంట్స్ సార్. స్టూడెంట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఇండియా.
ఓకే స్టూడెంట్స్.
So we have 192 participants, sir.
Okay.
We have participants from Pondicherry. We have participants from North India.
Okay.
All over India, we have participants. And also most of the affiliated colleges.
వాళ్ళేంటి they'll get through YouTube?
No, sir, they'll be joining. Some of them are joining here. Some of them are joining through YouTube.
Okay.
Because YouTube Live is also there. So the attendance we are going to take in YouTube. We will be releasing the feedback form,
Okay.
so they have to fill the feedback.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sir Krishna. How are you?
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. How are you, sir?
Fine.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, coordinators, Dr. Padma, Dr. C. Naik, and Amarendra
Sir,
Reddy.
good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Surendra, please make Sir Krishna Rao also co-host.
కృష్ణమోహన్ నేను ఇంటి దగ్గర నుంచి జాయిన్ అవుతున్నాడా?
అవును సార్, ఇంటి దగ్గర నుంచి జాయిన్ అవుతారు. ఒకసారి కాల్ చేస్తాను సార్.
చేయి.
Good morning, sir. Sir, Krishnamohan garu join here, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Ramu
sir.
garu, very good morning.
sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Krishna.
Sir, shall we start?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll start.
Okay, sir. So, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and participants of this STTP Mastering Self-Motivation and Attitude Art of Living. This is the phase 2 of this STTP. We are conducting this in 3 phases. Phase 1 is already conducted during November 22nd to 26th, and it was a success. And now this is the phase 2. Phase 2, we are mainly concentrating on students. So we have students all over India. So without taking much of the time, I would like to welcome the dignitaries onto the virtual dais. So may I request Professor K. Rammohan Rao Garu, Vice Chairman APSHI, and the chief guest of today's function to join us virtually. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being a part of this inaugural function, sir. I now request the president of today's function, Professor G.V. Krishna Rao Garu, to join the stage virtually. I request Professor B. Krishnamohan Garu, OSD, Andhra University, to join us virtually. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being a part of this. The special guest of today, Professor P. Mallikarjun Rao Garu. Professor P. Mallikarjun Rao Garu, the present Board of Studies Chairman of our Electrical Engineering Department, to just join us online. And along with me, I have my 3 coordinators, Dr. Padma, Dr. B. Amrinder Reddy, and Dr. R. Srinu Naik, and all my department. We cordially welcome all the participants and the guests of today's STTP to this STTP. Thank you very much, sir. I now hand over the proceedings to our president of today's function, Professor G.V. Sivakrishnan. Sir, Sivakrishna Rao Garu, you are on mute.
Sorry. Okay. So, good morning, everyone, one and all. So, chief guest of the today's function, inaugural function of AICT sponsored 1-week online short-term training program STTP on mastering self-motivation and attitude, art of living, conducted by the Department of Electrical Engineering, Andhra University. And the guest of honor, Professor Krishnamohan Garu, OSD, Andhra University, and Professor Mallikarjun Rao Garu, presently BOI Chairman, and within a short time, he will become the head of the department. Within hours, 1 or 2 hours, he will become the head of the department. Next, Professor Ramasudha Garu, coordinator of the STTP, and just within 1 or 2 days, going to become the BOI Chairman of the department, Electrical Engineering. And the coordinators, so co-coordinators, Dr. Padma, Dr. Srinu Naik, Dr. Amarendra Reddy, and other colleagues of the department, other heads and colleagues of the university, and other participants, research scholars, students. So I welcome everybody, I welcome all to the inaugural function of the AICT sponsored training program from 27th to 31st December 2021. As all of you know, the Andhra University is a very old university and very reputed university and very large university. So Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan Garu was the second president of second vice chancellor of Andhra University, served as the president of India. So many stalwarts from here there. So our department of electrical engineering was established in the year 1955. So then it was bifurcated into three departments: Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Department of Electrical Engineering, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Department of Computer Science and Systems Engineering. So we have in our department, we have undergraduate programs, postgraduate programs, and PhD programs also. Undergraduation, that is BTech, based on the MSET, and BTech plus MTech dual degree integrated program based on the AIT, Andhra University conducted examination. And MTech, three MTechs are there: power systems, control systems, and power electronics and drives. And PhD programs, so in all specializations: power electronics, power systems, control systems, machines, microprocessors, all special drives, every specialization program. So we are all have good labs. All labs are very well equipped. So this is about our department. Coming to the conference, Mastering Self-Motivation Attitude, Art of Living. So Madam is actually very active. Our Ramaswamy Madam is active, and she has been conducting this type of program since this is the third program, I think. So in this that is the schedule. Sorry, in this season, it is the second program. And November also we have conducted one program, and December one program. In January also one program is there. 1 week STTP program is there. So this is all about all the participants, please listen to all the eminent speakers at the 5 days, 1 week, and you enjoy so that is, since you are in the virtual, so you didn't come to the Visakhapatnam, so you go through it, and you gain the knowledge, you gain the wisdom after listening all the speakers. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. So next is about the STTP by Professor K. Ramaswamy garu, coordinator of STTP.
Thank you, Professor Krishna Rao garu. Good morning, everybody. Actually, this program STTP we have planned in 2019, and we have applied for AICTE in 2019, and we got the sanction in 2020. That is in 2020 February. But 2020 March, due to the pandemic, we were not able to conduct. So in 2021, the AICT have given us permission to conduct it online, not offline, but online, but in 3 sessions. So that is how we started planning about this in November, December, and January. Before this, we had done 2 more Atal programs. One Atal program in September and one Atal program in October. So September, October, November, December, continuously we are having some FTP of the other in the department. So the department has always been doing something or the other, starting from September till now. We will be doing one more in January. Now coming to this program, this is the second in the sequence. Phase 1 was done in November, as I already mentioned, and phase 1 we have conducted for faculty, and phase 2 we thought we will conduct it only for the students, research scholars, and PhD students, because due to the pandemic, we thought, though we have decided about this theme in 2019, but it became more significant due to the pandemic. So we thought it is very important even for the students to undergo such a type of training wherein they can self-motivate themselves. So the schedule for this STTP is like this. We have requested eminent people like our Vice Chairman himself, Professor K. Rammohan Rao garu, who is going to now deliver after the inaugural his keynote session on self-exploration. And last time also in the phase 1, Sir has taken the session, and it was a very vibrant session. And I'm sure most of us will gain so much out of it, because Sir has covered everything about self-exploration and self-motivation. So then we have the next session by Professor K. Ravi Kumar from IIM Bangalore, and then we also have sessions on art of speaking and art of writing, because art of speaking and art of writing, if if the students are given training, they will automatically get motivated, because how to express themselves is also very important. It is very important that they express themselves in writing as well as in speaking. So these two sessions are also covered. And then we have stress management. We also have meditation, self-motivation through meditation. Wow. So we have Brahma Kumaris who are going to who are going to take us through this. And then another vibrant lecture would be there from our own OSD registrar and our own OSD, Professor Krishna Mohan Garu and Lalita Bhaskari. This is about the sessions that we are going to conduct during the one week program. And after the 1 week program, there will be a small test or a quiz based on which the candidates would be given the certificates. So the candidates will be given certificates based on the quiz and their attendance. Both together will be the criteria for giving the certificates. So this is about the program, sir. So now I request, so I hand over the session to the president of today's function, Professor G.V. Siddharth. And my co-coordinators for this are, as mentioned, Professor Dr. Padma, Dr. Amarendra Reddy, and Dr. Srinu Naik. And also we have some student coordinators also who would be helping us out with this STTPs.
Okay. Next. Thank you, Professor Ramaswamy garu. Next message by our Professor Mallikarjuna Rao garu, presently BOH chairman, and I already told you, within a short time, within minutes or hours, he will going to become head of the department. So deliver the message.
Thank you very much, Professor Sivakrishna Rao garu. Honorable Vice Chairman of AP State Council for Higher Education, Professor Ram Mohan Rao garu, the most inspiring personality, and our dynamic officer on special duty, Professor Krishna Mohan garu, and Professor Ramasada Madam, the coordinator of the workshop, and the co-coordinators, Dr. Padma, Dr. Srinu Naik, and Dr. Amarendra Reddy, and the participants covering from all over the nation. Good morning, everyone. It's an opportunity for me to speak something about the workshop and all before eminent personalities like Ram Mohan Rao sir and Krishna Mohan garu. I am very much thankful for the organizers. So, I just wanted to suggest, rather than a suggestion, I wanted to request all the participants, after listening the eminent lectures from these stalwarts, it is our responsibility to practice the suggestions or advices or the concepts that have been explained by these eminent personalities. Then only we will have something to change our lifestyle. So this is my sincere request to all the participants. With this, let me once again express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, madam. Thank you, Professor Sivakrishna Rao garu.
Okay, next is introduction of the, thank you, Professor Mallikarjuna Rao garu. Next, introduction of the guest of honor by Dr. Padma, program co-coordinator.
So thank you, sir. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants to the inaugural function of 1 week online STTP. It's a very great pleasure of introducing Professor V. Krishnamohan, sir, uh, officer on a special duty, Andhra University, and today's guest of honor of the function. So now I take a pleasure of introducing sir. Dr. V. Krishnamohan is a professor in the Department of Commerce and Management Studies, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, having a total teaching experience of 30 years. He teaches marketing core and specialization papers to MBA, MCOM students. He got master's degree in both commerce, MCOM and management MBA and PhD in marketing management from Andhra University. He did faculty development program of 1 year duration in marketing at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad during 1989-1990. He has published 8 books, contributed several lessons to MBA distance education courses material at Andhra University. He got 64 research papers and research reports as well guided 40 research students leading to the award of PhD. He has organized 6 national level seminars, 3 workshops, and 20 training programs. He got 2 Best Research Papers Award, one at national level and other at international level. He is serving as member in several university boards of studies and many professional bodies. He nurtured MBA Retail Management course at DCMS of Andhra University with a tie-up of leading retailing organizations in India. He served as Deputy Coordinator of Special Assistant Program, SAP,
No,
Phase
it
3.
is enough. Probably don't waste time, right? You can conclude. So much introduction is not necessary. That is a detailed profile. You
Yes,
can be
sir.
brief.
I'll be completing within a few minutes, sir.
Yeah.
During the period 1999 to 2004, he was placed coordinator in DCMS Andhra University. He also served as a member of Central Purchase Committee AU for 4 years. He served as a joint director of MBA program offered by Andhra University for 3 years. He also served in NCC Air Wing and qualified C certificate in the year 1978 and represented All India Vayu Sainik camp held at Bangalore and pre-RDC camps at Visakhapatnam and Hyderabad. Sir also served as a registrar of for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Srikakulam on deputation during 2009 to 2016. As a registrar, he has initiated several measures in Andhra University for improving academic and administrative systems. Sir also completed many projects. He got a state best teacher award on September 2011 from the government of AP for his excellence in teaching and research. He served as a registrar Andhra University from July 2019 to November 2020-21. Presently, he is working as officer on a special duty, OASD Andhra University, since December 2021. So thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Krishnamohan Garu, OSD, Andhra University, to deliver the talk, sir. Deliver the message.
Yeah, I am not going to deliver talk, Sri Krishna Garu.
Okay, sir.
I am only giving 5 minutes message.
Okay,
right?
sir. Okay.
Talk is by our beloved Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao, who is going to set the boundaries of the topic chosen for FDP. Last time I listened totally the presentation. Anyhow, I take the opportunity, feel proud that I am also there in the inaugural program of FDP, week-long, meant for students in different disciplines, both at UG, PG, and research level. So glad that the theme is art of living, especially again in the art of living, the most important aspects of attitude, how you are going to, make your attitude and which leads to re-engineering yourself towards realizing your potential, inner potential, and developing confidence because of your inner engineering, leading to self-sustainability. And if individuals are made to stand on their own through the art of living concept, and which is a very popular concept all over the world, and one need to know how to live with the happiness, with all those pleasantness, even if there is negativity all around. How do we convert such negativity into positive aspects? How do we develop strong positive attitude without compromising on the value system? And how one can live simple, effective, happy life. This is the essence of art of living. And if at this stage, whether they are students at UG, PG or research level, if the future generations are made to understand how they can live using these techniques of art of living, the understanding of life, the value of life, the systems and procedures that are around us in our social fabric can be understood, the opportunities, the challenges that we come across, and understanding our own weaknesses with a view to re-engineer them, overcome those deficiencies, and overcome those weaknesses while capitalizing on the strengths of each of the individual through this 1 week long program is going to nurture towards the right direction. And if the objective of art of living is to develop personality of individuals who participated in this week-long program, I believe with the eminent resource persons, I have gone through the total list. Of course, they're all picked up because of their specializations and also expecting a lot of delivery, who can live up to the expectations of the participants who enrolled through this online program will go a long way in building whatever is expected as the outcome of this program. I'm sure with this highly experienced, learned personalities who are roped into the delivery of the 5 week-long program of Art of Living is going to facilitate, nurture the young talent who is going to become the future citizens of India. And I thank the organizers, especially Professor Ramasudha, for inviting me to be the guest of honor. And also, on the last day, I'm going to deliver my own lecture. And almost this is a repeat program of those resource persons who are widely acclaimed and appreciated in the previous program through the feedback. That is how Ramasudha is so happy to offer and replicate the same program once again, this time to the benefit of the students, whether they are research students or PG students or UG students. And I am so glad to take note that over 160 participants enrolled, and definitely, there is a value addition in everybody's personality if they are serious about listening to lectures effectively and understanding them, implementing in their way of life. How they are going to, adapt is also going to be a great concern. And in every session, as I have seen in the last, program, there is 10 to 15 minutes interaction program. There used to be huge, question and answer type of interactive mode of communication. That's an indication that whatever program is organized to overcome this pandemic situation, accepting the challenge of online instead of offline, is also a great effort by Andhra University Department of Electrical Engineering. And I take the opportunity compliment the present head, Sivakrishna Rao Garu, and also all resource person, especially the chief guest of the today. I know he is not only chief guest, he is a key resource person today who is going to set the platform for all the participants in understanding the art of living on those 2 dimensions, leading to a very valuable contribution. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I also thank all the organizers, whoever is coordinating the program. Professor Mallikarjun also spoke so good about me, and I am very, very thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and wish the program definitely a grand success. Wish you all the best. Happy learning and very useful learning and productive learning that is going to be there in all of you as a valuable contribution for week long. This week long, your participation of these hours definitely is going to become precious in one's own life. God bless all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next is introduction of the chief guest, Professor K. Rammohan Rao garu by Dr. Amarendra Reddy, Program Co-Coordinator.
So, good morning all. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor K. Rammohan Rao garu. Good morning all. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Rammohan Rao garu to the participants of the STTP. And Professor K. Rammohan Rao garu was born on 22nd August 1958 in a village Godi, situated 10 kilometers away from Amalapuram. He had his graduation from SKBR College, Amalapuram. Later, Sir has joined in Andhra University for his Masters in Commerce. He started his professional career in 1982 as lecturer in PG Department of Commerce in VRS and YRN College, Cherala. He was awarded PhD degree by Andhra University in 1987 for his work on development of handloom industry in Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Rao joined Andhra University as reader in commerce in 1989 and continued his service of Andhra University until he attained his superannuation in 2020. He became professor in 1998 and he is the first senior professor in the Department of Commerce and Management Studies, Andhra University in 2018. Professor Rao is an inspiring teacher and received highest appreciation from students and faculty for his teaching and speeches, messages in various platforms. He is a specialized marketing management and services marketing. He is a passionate researcher and guided 25 PhD students and 9 MPhil students. He wrote 11 books and published 90 research papers in reputed international and national journals. He undertook 13 projects funded by UGC and other public and private organizations. Dr. Rao served in many administrative positions and he served as principal AU College of Arts and Commerce and also as Registrar of Andhra University. As a coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance Cell, he designed and implemented quality management system in Andhra University. He is a member of several academic bodies of many universities and research institutions. He served as a member of Academic Council of IGNOU and he is a member of Academic Senate of Acharya Nagarjuna University and the member of Administrative Committee of School of Planning and Architecture. He served as expert member in many committees constituted by UGC, AICTE, AP State Council of Higher Education, etc. He is one of the NAC assessors and served in the capacity of chairman or member coordinator in a peer-reviewed teams constituted by NAC and visited more than 40 higher education institutions in India. Professor Rao organized many national seminars and workshops and training programs in the areas of commerce and management and quality assurance. And he is an invited resource person for academic institutions in industry and also in industry. He is a member of professional bodies and social organizations. Professor Rammohan Rao garu received at now National Educational Leadership Award as a Best Professor in Marketing in 2013. And Sir is recognizing and his services are recognized by Government of Andhra Pradesh and nominated as Vice Chairman, AP State Council of Higher Education, Government of Andhra Pradesh. And also he was nominated by AP as State Nodal Officer of ROSA and he is presently serving as Director of State Level Quality Assurance Cell established by AP State Council of Higher Education. Thank you, sir, and also madam, for giving this opportunity to introduce an eminent personality to our STTP.
Yeah. Ramasudha, I wish to add,
Yes, sir.
the latest update is our Honorable Vice Chancellor has given the responsibility of, making schools concept introduced in Andhra University. At present, he is assigned role as chairman for introduction of schools concept with 9-member high power committee. He is the chairman of, the schools concept to be introduced in Andhra University. And the committee was given 3 months time.
Yes, sir.
So we are so fortunate, not as a, vice chairman APSHI, as a professor and a very enlightened academician, Vice Chancellor has kept his confidence on Professor Ram Mohan Rao. He has greatly contributed to the development of both Andhra University and also right now he is with APSHI in various ways. So that could be the reason why Vice Chancellor is very particular. Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao should be the chairman of Organization of Schools Concept.
Yes, sir.
They're going to submit report with the chairmanship of Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, Ram Mohan Rao Garu, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the committee. And we soon will be expecting Andhra University not as departments but as schools in Andhra universities. I think we are starting with engineering college, sir. That is what Vice Chancellor sir said.
Yeah. Sir, now I would like to invite Professor K. Ram Mohan Rao Garu, chief guest of the today's inaugural function, to deliver the message, sir. Please, sir.
So good morning, all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate and appreciate Andhra University for taking up this 1 week training program, short-term training program virtually, supported by AICTE, and particularly the convener of the program, Professor Ramasudha, and the co-coordinators, Dr. K. Padma, Dr. B. Amarendra Reddy, and Srinu Nayak. So they are putting up wonderful efforts to make this program a great success. So I convey my respects to G.V. Sivakrishna Rao, the president of this function, P. Mallikarjun Rao, the special invitee, and my very good friend, Professor Krishna Mohan, who is a very hardworking, very committed, and a very highly valued teacher and researcher. And because we served together the university for almost 3.5 decades, and see, that is the kind of commitment and involvement that is required to make the organizations transform into better ones. So I'm happy that today in this session we have audience, student groups from various parts of the country. In the last program, it was addressed to the faculty. Now it is to the students. And the theme that is picked up for this training program is universal theme. It can be good for the children, it can be good for youngsters, it can be good for any age personalities, because the essence of anybody is to have a happy life. Every one of us get into the world, it is not our choice, it is not with our knowledge. And also the end is also not known. You are not a participant in the end of your life. So the beginning and the end, in between you are there, and how you wanted to mold and shape your life is the issue for discussion. And for that purpose, all the resource persons are trying to help you to shape yourself, your life, as mentioned by Krishna Mohan, in much better way than what you are perceiving, what you are understanding at present, because you are young. Say you have seen several lives, like your father, your mother, your grandfather, grandmother, neighbors. They give you some inputs, and you have to decide whether you wanted to lead the same kind of life or a different kind of life. See, when you look at an artist who makes some creativity, some newness, some difference, some distinctive things, there you have to see the character of an art, the personality of an art, the beauty of an art, the value of an art, the longevity of an art, and the great virtues of an art which leaves its impression for several generations. So you can mold your life in that way, injecting value, injecting personality, injecting character, injecting distinctiveness, injecting beauty, and deriving happiness out of it. So you need to have a lot of inputs to translate your lifestyle. Your lifestyle should bring the maximum potential happiness to you, and also extend the maximum potential happiness to the others. So you are not alone, you are a person in the society. So the responsibility of every person is to be happy and make others happy. So how happiness can be derived, how you can take happiness to the potential, and how you can be accepted by the people, how you develop yourself in such a way that you can accept people. This is what the art of living is. You have to make the entire life as an art, which gives a lot of satisfaction to the others to learn. When the others try to get into your life, they should feel happiness about it. That is the kind of thing it is the age, right age, you are students, it is the right age to take those inputs, and you have a very, very long period to live. So now the life expectancy around the world is going up and up, and very easily you can live for 90 plus. You may be at 20 plus now, still you have 70 plus years of life. And what has happened up to this, you forget about it. Only remember the best things, the pleasant things, the happy things. You remember them. All those that happened without your interventions, because of XYZ reasons, which gave you some kind of unhappiness, leave them, forget it, and keep cool, understand yourself, look at the society, look at the kind of developments, look at the kind of facilities, look at the kind of support systems that you have, and work out how I can mold myself as a personality which is unique, which is positive, which is recognized and respected by the entire society. So I am sure this particular program is going to enrich your life, and when you make your life artistic, your career is assured, your success is assured. You can pass on and climb on the ladder of achievements one after another, because you are there as a personality. You know how to accept a success, how to accept a failure, and how to make a balance in life, and how to reduce your stress, and how to eliminate your stress and move on further and further. So I wish you all the best, and we will meet immediately after the program inauguration. So I'm eagerly looking forward for that. Thank Thank you very much, all the organizers, for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your. So within 3 minutes, very motivational speech, motivational message for all the participants, not only for the participants, for the faculty like me also. I have also motivated with your speech. Thank you, sir. Professor Krishna Mohan Garu, Professor, all the professors, especially you are actually from the commerce and management. So you are motivating all the faculty, not only students from the university, the faculty also from the other departments also you are motivating. Thank you very much, sir. And next,
Sir,
thanks.
Sir, we have 2 management gurus today in the inaugurations.
Yeah. Sir, next vote of thanks by our Dr. Siv Naik, assistant professor and program coordinator.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning. Good morning. On behalf of program.
Now, Siv Naik, clarity ledu.
Okay. Is it now okay, sir?
Okay, right.
I'm very glad to have from being our Vice Chancellor, Professor PVGD Prasad Reddy Garu, and our Principal, P. Srinivasa sir. And I would like to thank AICT to have giving us conducting this program for 3 terms. One we successfully completed with all your cooperation, sir. And the second also we are doing in this week from 27th to 31st. So I would like to thank all India AICT, All India Council for Technical Education. And now I thank Professor K. Ram. We are very privileged to have as a chief guest and keynote speaker, sir, and congratulating again, sir, to having under your umbrella, we are going to get a school of departments under the school schemes. Congratulating again, sir. And I would like to thank OST on specialty officer on special duty to Andhra University, Professor V. Krishna Mohan, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightened key points for giving us for this program to conduct a very successful manner. And I would like to thank Professor Sri Krishna Rao Garu, head of the department, for giving a continuous support to given full support in the earlier, and we expected same, and we are having privilege cooperation from Professor G. V. Krishna Rao sir. And once again, I would like to thank Professor Malik sir. 3 points to unleash and other coming to HODship also, the program will be going very successfully. Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to thank our active coordinator, major role responsibility of the madam. She is taking a lot of pain to making us and having a grand success to making continuous program this, and we will expect in the same in the next session also. We are having third session in the next month also. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your cooperation. And I would like to thank coordinators, co-coordinator, Dr. K. Padma madam, myself, Dr. R. Srinu Nayak, and Dr. B. Amarendra Reddy sir. So for continuous monitoring and making online arrangements to have a successful continuous of this STTP program. And I would like to thank the student coordinators online behind the screen. So many student coordinators are there helping us to make grand success. And finally, I would like to thank our present media. So there are a very lot of encouragement giving us through media to know our program, how successfully it is going on and starting. So continuously, last program also they have given very good support. So I would like to thank the students, colleagues, and teaching and non-teaching staff to making a grand success of this inaugural function. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Ramasugar, please.
Sir, thank you very much. Professor Ram Mohan Rao Garu, we will start the session in another 5 to 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Fine. No problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
very
Thank all
nice to see all of you.
Yes.
So thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. So we will start in another 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Nice.
I request all the participants to join fast. Sir, shall we start? Sir, shall we start, sir?
Okay, madam.
Okay, sir.
So can I share?
Yes, sir, you can share your screen, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Good. Hey, good morning, all of you. I'm very happy to take this first session of
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. So the theme that we have chosen today is self-exploration towards self-motivation. So this is the theme which sets the tone of the total training program, because our intention is to explore ourselves, try to have motivation, and then develop the right kind of attitude to have a very decent, happy life. That is the target of us. So how we can proceed with? So first of all, let us know the concept of motivation. See, a lot of research took place on the concept of motivation. Several people have worked, and they found a logical sequence of how people get motivated. So many of us will have an impression that we, the people who are having extraordinary skills, will motivate others. But the fact is, one has to motivate by himself or herself. No one can motivate you. They only can provide you a support and help for you to get motivated. So technically speaking, every human being is having needs and desires. Needs and desires. So needs exist. No one can create needs. Only thing is, we may aware of certain needs, we may not aware of certain needs. So need identification is a process of development of a society. When society is progressing and developing, the people in the society recognize so many needs for them. So if you compare the generation, say 10 to 15 generations back, the need set they have and the present generation need sets, they are not the same, and they are multiplied by a number of times. So we try to have the needs and we feel them. Only those needs that makes us sensitized, those needs we wanted to satisfy. They are called unfulfilled needs. We wanted to fulfill, but they are not fulfilled. So the needs can be physiological or psychological. Physiological needs are those needs that your body tells you, your physics tells you. So you are hungry. How do you know you are hungry? Your body tells you. You're thirsty. How do you know you are thirsty? Your body tells you. So the physical system of an individual communicates certain needs. They are called physiological needs. And your psychology makes you to recognize some needs like security needs, social needs, ego needs, self-esteem needs, or actualization needs, whatever it may be. So you will have such kind of needs. They also, if you feel that they are not satisfied, you will recognizing it as unfulfilled need. Once you recognize the unfulfilled need, once you start getting sensitized out of it, then there will be some kind of tension inside to satisfy it. Unless you satisfy such need, you cannot be free. So you get into anxiety, how I can satisfy this need. So then that kind of pressure, tension, anxiety leads to action. I have to do something, that is, they are called drive. You are drive towards satisfying your unfulfilled need. But how? How can I satisfy, say for example, I am hungry. How can I satisfy my hunger? So then comes the support stimulation, that is called cue. Cue is a support stimulation. Say, if you are from, for example, from Chennai, it is in the morning, so you are hungry, then the cue tells you that at this point of time, you have to take a breakfast with idli and sambar. Then you try to find out where idli and sambar is available, and you find that yes, in so and so restaurant, idli and sambar is available, I'll go and take it. That is called goal formulation. Then you start moving towards it, trying to take money, trying to go there, trying to satisfy. the need, then your goal is achieved, and the experience that you get from the goal that you have achieved, whether the idli sambar is good or not, whether the shopkeeper is hygienic, so many factors you experience, and those experiences will help to strengthen your Q ladder. And once the goal is satisfied, after some time, again, you will experience the unfulfilled need. So this is an unfulfilled need process. So then what are desires? Desires are wants. The wants, like to satisfy one, say for example, hunger, you have multiple ways to satisfy it. So needs cannot be created, but wants can be created. So there will be so many innovations, improvements, developments in creating solutions to your unfulfilled needs. So the entire society focuses on, and entire business community focuses on creating number of desires to satisfy a particular need or a group of needs. Like to clean your body, what is the requirement? Is a soap. And you have n number of brands and n number of concepts of cleaning your body. So that is the desire. So needs and wants, or needs and desires, makes you to get motivated. And the support system that is there in the society, in the form of cues, in the form of your personal experience, that will help in making the right goals to reach. So this is the basic concept of the motivational process. Let us now see how we have to view things for our personality development. There is no easy way to achieve quality of life. That is, remember that. Don't think it is just can be imported from anybody, or can be given by anybody, or can be bought. It's not like that. You have to make it, and you have to work on it. There are no shortcuts to it. That is what I wanted to inform you. There is no shortcut to go for quality of life, and you have to involve, you have to make, to transform yourself, work on that to achieve quality of life. You look at the first statement, the way we see the problem is the problem. Say, when you look at the happenings, look at the things, look at the situations, how do you understand them? Your understanding depends upon your perception, your knowledge, your exposure, your understanding of the situations. Based on that, you try to understand what the problem is. You may be right, you may not be right. So this is one statement that you have to understand. I tell you one example. A father is celebrating his daughter's birthday. Daughter is a 3-year-old baby. And he came from the office, birthday party is being arranged. So many people are invited to the birthday. And say when a child birthday is celebrated, the parents, other parents, invitees, particularly those who have children, will be invited for that. There are so many children. They also bought gifts to the baby of this gentleman. And all the gifts the baby has taken. And the children of the guests, they wanted to open up those gifts and also play with them. But the girl, once received those gifts, became so possessive that she don't want that those gifts be shared with the friends. So she was resisting, and the other children are pressurizing the parents and creating noise on that, fighting each other. So that is the situation. At that point, the father entered from the office. So immediately what his perception of the problem is. He saw the problem is with the child, and he thought that she should have, shared those things with the other kids. After all, they came and they have to enjoy. So he went to the kid and said, baby, so it is better to share with them. Please share with them. Baby very firmly said, no, daddy, I don't want to share with them. And then he used another way to convince her. Baby, if you share this with them, tomorrow when you go to their home, they will share their toys with you. So this is a business proposition. But the child still said, no, I won't do it. I will not share. She is not agreeable. The situation is not so pleasant. The parents are struggling to control their children, and the children are making noise. The girl, which is to be celebrated for her birthday, she is not happy. And the situation is not in a positive, perspective. Then the father took a decision that he forcefully took the gifts that are given, opened up and made open to all the children. So he thought he could able to solve the problem. He could able to keep their guests in good humor. Their parents' problem is also solved. Of course, the girl child is not so happy with it, but he thought he can manage it. This is how he thought that I found a right solution to the problem. But is it really the right solution? You have a fixation in mind. You have a sensibility to a situation, and you thought that is the kind of sensibility you wanted it, but you forgot. You lost your child's respect. Your child is your long-term connectivity, and there you fail to address it. So then, if you look at the things, is it the only way to solve the problem? Picking the toys from the kid and giving to the other person, is it the only way to solve the problem? Did I explore any other, alternatives to resolve the problem? He thought I should have worked on diverting the attention of the other children to other games, to something, other excitements, instead of focusing on only this issue which hurts his daughter. See, this is what I am saying. How you see the problem is the problem, but actually that may not be the problem. So when you look at a problem, you have to understand whether I have understood the problem rightly or not. Problem from different angles or not. The intricacies of the problem or not. So without that, we should not jump to resolve it and to find a solution to the problem. Interdependency is a highly desirable quality. We are in a society, we are social beings. We cannot do everything, and we should not do anything alone. Because only a few things you can do alone, but you are dependent. So when you are dependent on the society, dependent on the others, you should respect that dependency. So right from that is what we call as a dignity of labor. Whoever, at whatever capacity they are working, you are dependent on them. You are dependent on a servant maid, you are dependent on a driver, you are dependent on a carpenter, you are dependent on everybody who is working directly or indirectly for you. So try to develop respect towards that. And then you will have a pleasant feelings for yourself. So that is another quality that you have to make it. Production is important. Productive capacity is also important. And you have to generate outcomes, and also you should develop the capacities to generate outcomes. And in both the aspects, you should be effective. So, world and the society respects performers. You should transform yourself as a performer. Then only you can command respect, not demand respect. You can command respect from others only when you are a performer. So the performance that you deliver should be positive and acceptable and impressive and demands respect from others. That is what we have to learn. Proactiveness through personal vision. Every human being should have a vision for yourself. What I want to become, how I want to become, and how I should be recognized, how I should be respected. Respect within yourself, what makes me to feel proud, what makes others to feel proud of myself. These are all the things. So you should have a proactive thinking. Proactive thinking means you take the lead in doing things, in doing right things. So in this perspective, I would like to inform you that there is a book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen R. Covey. That is available worldwide, one of the best sellers in the 20th century and also 21st century that is going on. And that book, if you go through and understand and try to apply for yourself, yes, there will be a significant impact on your personality. So there, Covey narrates one incident which helps to understand the proactive thinking, proactive approach to solve the problems. So Covey is a personality development trainer. Worldwide, he is taking so many training programs, and huge number of people attend to the program. And then he was taking, generally it will be for 3-day program, 5-day program, like. So he was delivering a lecture on proactiveness, and he picked up a model which is called the stimulus response model, developed by psychoanalyst of Russian origin, Pavlov. He developed this stimulus response model. It simply says, it is a very simple model. We will respond to a stimulation. When there is a stimulation, there will be a response. Without a stimulation, there won't be any response. So if you look at a food item, then there will be a response from you. You feel hungry and go for it. When somebody calls you, then you will have a response. Then immediately you will turn up and say, what is that? What is the matter? Or say hello. These are all the stimulus response, that is the behavioral. It's a model for a human being. So Covey added one more in between stimulus and response. That is called choice. So people have to use choice while responding to the stimulation. That is what Stephen Covey said. And among the audience, one lady, she stood up and loudly said that, yes, I used it and I was the winner of that. Very loudly she was saying. Then Covey looked at her just for a moment, and she realized that, yes, she is disturbing the entire group, and immediately sat calmly. And after completing that session, Covey called her and asked, what is that? What is your experience? And why you were so emotional when I said this? She said, sir, I will tell you tomorrow, because now I got a solution to my problem. I wanted to execute the problem, a solution to the problem. So Kavi eagerly waiting for the next day, and next day the lady came and she started narrating her story. The story is, she is a nurse serving a clinic, and she was posted to an old man as the domestic care nurse. She is a divorcee. She had 2 children, and she doesn't have any other job. She has to necessarily do this job to sustain, to continue the life pattern that she is having it. So the problem here is, the old man to whom the nurse is say given as a support is creating a lot of pain to her. He is deriving a lot of sadistic pleasure, we wanted it, by abusing, criticizing, commenting, like. So lot of pain she is receiving. She is bursting to tears. So much get depressed with that person's behavior and all that. So she went back to the hospital and said to the doctor that, please change my appointment from this home to another, and whatever other thing that you assign, I will do. But suspecting this move of this nurse, the old man called the hospital and said to the doctor that, if you change this nurse, I will change the hospital. So hospital cannot lose a rich person like the old man and the money that flows into the organization. So she is a person who is looking after the job only without any other support. So naturally, the hospital doctor said that there is no option. You have to choose between whether to work there or to get out of the job. Again, she went back, and with much more rigor, the old man is practicing all the nonsenses that he wanted. So she thought of committing suicide also without bearing this problem and all that. She consulted one of her friends, and one of her friends suggested that you try to attend a personality development program of Stephen or Kavi, so that you may find a solution for that. So now she said, I got the solution. And Kavi was very, very eager to know what was the solution. What I told you, what solution you found? And she said, I used the choice now. So when that person, the old man, is abusing, I was reacting. I am taking the pain and reacting with the pain. And that is what exactly he wanted. And he is deriving a lot of pleasure out of it. And it is what the stimulation, a set response, already fixed response from me that is going on without a thought is given in between. Now you gave me a way. So between the two, I have to apply my thought process. I have to work out what are the options of response. And if I pick up the right response, then I can solve the problem. So now, after having that particular thought process, she found that when that person, with a motive of creating pain in me, making such an effort and attempt, and criticizing, commenting, abusing, finding fault for everything, my response would be different. So when the old men start abusing, she gave a wonderful smile to that. That was a thought out response. The old man shocked. I thought if I criticize, she will get into pain and get into tears. But now she is taking it as a pleasant thing and giving a pleasant smile as a response. The old man got shocked, and whatever pain he wanted to transfer or wanted to create to this lady, now the pain reached to this man. So she stopped taking the pain, and the pain remained with this fellow, and this fellow could not able to absorb that pain. He immediately called the hospital and asked the nurse to be transferred. So she said that this is how I am benefited with your presentation, with your lecture. So now between the stimulation and response, I am using choice with very constructive thought process. I have decided how to respond. My dear friends, this is a life theory. We come across with so many issues, so many problems, so many irritating experiences. But if you choose to respond exactly the way the stimulation has come, you will end up with some kind of problem, some kind of stress, some kind of defeat, and some kind of one-side success, but not you can conquer and achieve the success. So when your thought process, your choice is implemented, you can never have enemies in life. You can have only friends in life. This is the message that you have to take with the proactiveness. So you are working out how I can convert this bad situation into a pleasant situation, at least for yourself first, then for the other. This is a proactive approach. The another thing is begin with the end in mind. You should have goal clarity. Ultimately, what I wanted to become, how I wanted to lead my life. What are the steps in that? What are the stages in that? How I can move along? What is the ultimate? So you have to think number of times, and have the goal clarity, sometimes short-term goals and long-term goals. Both are important. But when you set a goal, you should have 100% clarity of what you are going to do, what is the ultimate outcome you wanted to achieve out of it. That is what the begin with end in mind suggests. One more example from Stephen R. Covey. He asked us to imagine that your last day happened. You died. When a person died, leave the world, all the friends, relatives, all the people will assemble and will take the body to the burial ground through a procession. And when all the people assemble, the principal topic for all of them is the life of this person. They wanted to talk about the person who passed away. Now what they thought, what they talk, what they conversate with others about this man. Several things, cultural issues are there in our culture. People say that when somebody passes away, you speak only good about him. But what the statement suggests, you can write the script of what the people should speak. You can write the script during your life that he is so and so, he stood for so and so values, he is an achiever, he is something, he reached that goal. All these things happen. And you are giving the stuff to discuss with. When Abdul Kalam passed away, what all of us discussed? We discussed The speciality is the great moments of his life. And all those who made it, Abdul Kalam himself made it, not we. So you have life, you can be script writer of your life, and you leave the script to the others to speak once you pass away. So that script gives you an absolute clarity about the goal. And then you have many things, many options, and many things you have to do. But all those things you have to prioritize. What is first? What is next? What is 10? What is 20? What is 100? What is 150? This is called prioritization. So you have to manage yourself in identifying the tasks to be done on priority. So these are very important issues which you have to keep in mind to develop yourself as a qualitative personality. So when you are prioritizing it, first of all, you have to recognize your circle of concern. You have so many concerns about your father, your mother, your sister, your brother, your neighbor, your friend, your studies, your career, your job, X, Y, Z. You have n number of concerns. First of all, list out what are my concerns. So out of those, some you can solve, some you cannot solve. In management, we say that there are certain things which you can control. There are certain things which you cannot control. First of all, you have to eliminate all those concerns which you cannot do anything, which your role is not there. They happen. And you have to confine to only those where you can make things happen. You can influence. That is what you call as realizing this circle of influence, so that you are clearly focused. I will do these things, not all those that are of my concern, because I cannot do that. So this is the classification. And then once you identify the circle of influence, you have to put first things first. What is first? What is second? What is third? What is fourth? Like in that process, make the right choices. Learn how to make quality decisions. Quality decisions are relatively the best decisions which can provide high potential value. That is quality. You should learn. That means you should learn the methodologies, you should acquire competencies to make quality decisions. After all, the entire management program is focused on making the students develop themselves to decide qualitatively things. That keeps the difference between a professional manager and ordinary person. Every person makes decisions. Every individual, not only human beings, every living being takes decisions. Even ant takes decisions. But we don't know what decisions the ant takes, but takes decisions. The difference between the decision making and quality decision making is that the amount of application you make it by yourself. The knowledge, the information, the understanding, the analysis, the interpretation, the projection, all these things matter to make quality decisions. So you have to work hard to learn how to make quality decisions. And then develop leadership thinking. Leadership thinking can be viewed in basically two dimensions. One is developing, or say taking the present level to the next level. That means you add value to the society value to yourself, which was not present earlier. So you are not just leading another life like your father, your grandfather, mother, and something. You are trying to have a different kind of life, which makes many others to follow. So getting acceptance by others and making them as followers of your life is another kind of leadership. So you have to have innovative thinking, positively innovative thinking, and connect yourself to the society and lead the society to the next level. That is called development of leadership thinking. Very important aspect is nurturing good habits. People say that one has to build up a character. A character basically is a composite of our habits. The pool of habits are tagged, branded as character. So, nurture good habits. Sow a thought. People have to generate newer and newer thoughts. And it is our fortune, our brain generates so many thoughts. And the thoughts have to be converted into actions. Sow a thought, reap an action. Sow an action, reap a habit. If continuously, repeatedly, you do an action for a particular thought, then it is called a habit. Sow a habit, reap a character. And sow a character, reap a destiny. That is the destiny. So Mahatma Gandhi is a character, reaching a destiny. Mother Teresa developed a character, having a destiny. Abdul Kalam has developed a character, reached a destiny like. Such kind of character we have to build up. Habits can be learned and also unlearned. Psychoanalytics, psychologists said that the habits, though they say that habits die hard, they can be unlearned also if you are really motivated, really understood, really transformed, then it is possible. A habit as the intersection of knowledge. Habit is the intersection of knowledge, skill, and desire. Three characteristics. Knowledge is the theoretical paradigm. You will have it. The what to do and the why. That is knowledge. Skill tells you how to do it. And the desire is the motivation I discussed in the beginning itself. The want to do it. That is the action tendency. So in order to make something happen, something a habit in our lives, we have to have all the three: knowledge, skill, and desire. And the integration of these three can nurture the good habits. And all of us try to acquire power. Power is the ultimate lookout for an individual. We want it to be powerful. We say women empowerment. We say worker empowerment. We say social empowerment. Power is the ultimate anybody looking to it. Anthony Robbins, another book is there called Anthony Robbins, who wrote a book called Unlimited Power. Unlimited Power. This is also one of the most successful books that the world has ever witnessed. and it is also widely available everywhere. You try to go through, and if you start reading the first page, it will take you to hundreds pages. A very, very simple and very, say, it drives you to one after another like. Another book also is there, written by Shiv Khera, that is also available on the market. So try to read books, understand them, apply them. It's not reading and understanding that can change you, unless you know how to apply those understandings to your life. So what kind of power you have to look for, you have to achieve? It is the ability to change your life. You have to acquire such empowered personality that can change your life, to shape your perceptions. Then knowledge is your power, understanding is your power. Then you can have right perceptions. So if you change your life and have your right perceptions, and you have the power to make things work for you, ultimately you have to reap the benefits. And another expression is, power is fulfilling your needs and the needs of the people you care about. You should acquire such power through which you can fulfill your needs, and you can fulfill the needs of the people you care about, your family members, your friends, and the needy whom you recognize. You acquire such power either through your education or skill or job or entrepreneurship, whatever it may be. Power is the ability to direct your thought process. You are not allowing the thought process to generate on its own. You are directing, my thoughts should be in this direction. My behavior should be in such a way that I want it. So I am dictating my behavior. And I am acquiring such capacities to produce precise results, very clearly defined, identifiable results. And I want such a power of communication. Communication is power, which makes me understand others and also me understood by others. How I can be an effective communicator, how I can be an effective thinker, how I can be an effective perceiver, how I can, say, acquire such competencies through which I can satisfy my needs and the people I care about, the needs of the people I care about, and how I command my business and my behavior and produce precise results. This kind of power, one has to look for acquiring it. So friends, try to see how you can gain this power by different means that are available to you, different support systems that are available to you. So you need 7 basic mechanisms to achieve success. You should have passion. You may like a work. You may show some interest in work. You may put some hard work to make that work. These are all different. Passion is developing affection, love, involvement, commitment towards work. When you are passionate to work, passionate in doing things, you will achieve several times more than what actually the outcomes, physical outcomes of that work. So you can optimize the value from something that you are doing if you are passionate towards it. So when you have chosen a particular work, develop some love, affection towards it. That is the first quality to achieve success. Then look at the kind of belief system I have. Whether my belief system really making me energetic to think positive and to take the resources optimally. These are all depending upon your belief system. Say, this fellow is not correct, this machine will not work, that do, this do. So whatever things that are injected in your mind earlier experiences or earlier personalities, if you go with that kind of belief system, you can never work on that. You should have positive belief system that I am capable of making things happen. I can do like. And you should have a strategy. You should understand what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what are the resources, how I can connect the resources to my strengths and convert and make it a value generated. And you should also know what are values. What is value here? Production is value by hurting so many people and making so many people work for hours together. Is it a value? What is the value? So that clarity, you should have it. Then have the energy to do that. Physical fitness, mental fitness is very important. Bonding power is teamwork. Trust between the people. Respect between the personalities. That is the bonding power. And mastery of communication. As I told you already, you should be very good at communication. So these 7 can drive you to the success. When you are interacting with the people, when you are trying to communicate with the people, so you have to understand the other person also. There you may encounter certain problems like personal conflicts, misinterpretation of the motives of the others, understanding the other person, what he wanted, what he is thinking about it, confusion of why you wanted to talk, why you wanted to initiate discussion, why you wanted to work with him, encoding of the motives. So that person is talking about his interests and other things, but you are unable to understand them, and failure to recognize interpersonal emotions, how serious that person is on this work, on this issue. If you do not understand and if you say respond as like you are, the other person will misunderstand you. So you have to get out of the personal conflicts. You have to interpret the motives properly. You have to understand the perceptions of the other person. You should be aware of your motives. You should have the understanding of how to decode the motives of the others, how to encode the motives to the others, how I can communicate with them, and what are the emotional connectivity with this work. These are very important understandings that are required when you wanted to communicate with other persons. So, how you can make it out? The ways for effective interpersonal communication: increase self-awareness. We generally don't want to increase our self-awareness. We don't want to test ourselves. Only when you test, you can be knowing what you are. You have to put to test on many aspects to know what you are. Because we don't know. We don't know our physical system. We don't know our mental system. We don't know what we are capable of doing it. Very few, where we tested, we say that as I can do. Why people do not go for a test? The reason is very simple. Fear of failure. We don't want to be a failure, or other people should not recognize me as a failure candidate. So that is why I try to avoid whenever there is a test, whenever there is an examination. Unless I am forced to do, I don't want to do. Very few people take the initiative and move on. So many times you might have observed in a classroom, the teacher asks somebody to respond. So 90% of the students look this side and that side, or they don't look at all, anybody at all. If you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they'll raise the hand, they'll make it. They wanted to test themselves whether their answer is correct or not. The others, they perceive risk. I don't know whether my answer is right or wrong, and I don't want to test it. This is what you call as self-awareness. You have to try as many times as possible to know yourself. Then you can communicate very well to the other person that I am so and so. You should be aware of your feelings, expressions, how they come out, what kind of feelings I have. You have to disclose yourself, your feelings. Disclose your interpersonal motives. Don't go with assumptions. That fellow will understand. Can't he understand? Many of the communication gaps between two individuals generate because of the lack of self-disclosure, particularly in our Indian society, where culture is dominant. Behaviors are assumed. Reactions are assumed and expected. But nobody wants to disclose voluntarily what I am expecting from you, what you have to expect from me, what I can do for you, what I can't do for you. This is what you call as self-disclosure. My dear friends, you have to recognize this and make a habit of it. Clarification of interpersonal motives. You have to check whether what you wanted to convey reached the other person or not in the way that you wanted. That is the quality of an effective communicator. Effective communicator tries to know whether the concept, whether the issue I wanted to communicate to the other person reached in the way that I wanted it or not. So you have to get the feedback, and based on that, you have to clarify it. Increasing accuracy of interpersonal perception. Try to understand the other person in different ways so that you can expect certain outcomes from that person. So these are important dimensions. People will have interpersonal motives. And these motives, generally we are not aware of, but still we do. Definitely, we try to protect our self-image in many concepts. There are 3 interpersonal needs which are identified, which influence the interpersonal behavior. The 3 are inclusion, control, and affection. Inclusion, control, and affection. So when we are interacting with others, we try to decide ourselves how the need for inclusion can be satisfied. You will see in a society 3 types of people. One is under social type, second is over social type, and third is adaptable social type. The under social type people, they try to be aloof. They don't want to mix with groups. They try to become self-dependent. They don't expect anybody to say come and support. Isolation is the preferred move when they are get into a group. The other type is over social type. They cannot stay isolated. When group is there, they'll get a lot of power and energy to meet everybody and interact everybody and say hello to everybody, discuss many things, so many things, amusing stories and all that. The third is adaptable social type. When it is required, they'll keep in isolation. When it is required to be good with the group, they will be in the group. You will see these kind of people. So why people are under social type? Why people are over social type? For both the cases, the answer is only one. Fear of failure. Fear of rejection. So under social type people, they believe that the response from the other people may not be so positive towards me. Before they reject me, I reject them. This is the kind of mindset they will carry. The oversight social type people also will be having same kind of fear in them. So that is why they don't want to allow other people to reject them. So they initiate the discussion, they say pick up amusing stories, issues, and go on discussing with them. So they don't tolerate rejection by anybody. So the other people, they don't try to give any chance to the other person to reject. These two are undesirable outcomes for satisfying the need for inclusion. So we have to develop an adaptable social type behavior. Need for control. Some people, they are comfortable when they are controlled by some people. And some other people, they are comfortable only when they control others. These two are not desirable things. So many times you see, when teacher is not there, people started creating a lot of noise in the classroom. And some good students, they wanted teacher to come so that all this nonsense will stop. Unless a teacher is there, you don't want to control yourself. So you want somebody to control, then only you are controllable. This is an attitude which we have to change. And some people derive a lot of pleasure when they control others, not being controlled by others. And you won't have chances all the time in controlling others. So real life situation is, sometimes you will have the control on others, sometimes you will be controlled by others, but in both the cases, you should have adaptable behavior. And need for affection. People look for affection. And here also some people deny affection. Some people want affection and please everybody. And some people comfortable and blow the ends. So we have to be a balanced personality. That is what I wanted to communicate to you in satisfying the need for interpersonal communication. If you want to achieve interpersonal leadership, you will have to think win-win. Win-win is you will win, the other person also win. Both the people get benefit out of the act and equally balanced. So neither of the party is grievous on other party because both are getting expected benefits out of it. This is the most desirable outcome of interpersonal relationship. So when you plan a work where yourself and other person also gets a win, then you can achieve a tag called a leader, interpersonal leader. Win, lose, So your win is the loss of the other. Generally in sports happens. Only one party wins, other team loses. And the loser will have a lot of pain, a lot of say insult, emotion, negative emotion and all that. You will have better things, but in interpersonal relationships, win-lose is not a desirable proposition. Lose-win another proposition. So you lose and you make others win. So you try to subordinate, you try to impress, you try to support the other person, but you are not making anything and other person takes everything. Pleasing the other person to achieve something. This is also not going to help you. Lose-lose is worst proposition. Lose-lose is I will lose and also make you lose. There is one episode people refer. A person applies a divorce application to the court, and court says that whatever realized from your assets, it has to be shared 50-50. So he sold a 20 lakh worth of a car to 500 rupees and 250 is given to the wife. And on inquiry, it is found that all his assets are sold at a far lower price to somebody to see that the wife will not get enough money. In the process, this fellow also did not get any money. This is a lose-lose, which is totally not recommended interpersonal behavior. So we have to always look for win-win proposition. This is another understanding that you need to have it. And we have only 24 hours of time in a day. And the time available in your life is limited. And time is the only scarce resource for a human being. So we should know how to manage this time effectively. We have to ensure right amount of time is allocated to the right activity. What you accomplish during a 24-hour period depends on your own motivation, your energy, your skills and abilities, and the resources available to you. Since there are always demands on your time, it may be helpful to think about what you will do with your time and to consider some strategies for more effective time management. Time management is not a way to make you work harder and longer, but a means to help you work smarter to accomplish your work more easily and rapidly. So understand the time and develop a mechanism and a methodology how to make use of time to achieve higher outcomes. So you have to allocate your limited time on certain very important needs that you have. One is you have to allocate sufficient time to your personal needs. Personal needs are your education is your personal need, your fitness is your personal need, your health is your personal need, your enrichment is personal need, your growth demands is your personal needs. So what is your personality? What are your needs? You list out. Of course, your person, you as a person is more important than anything else. That we have to remember. So many people fail to allocate adequate time to the personal needs. And those who do not do that, they are experiencing a lot of problems in future. And you can see so many examples of it. Those who neglect the personal needs or do not allocate sufficient personal needs for entertainment, for fitness, for the development, they fail in that. So then the second most important priority in your life is your family. You have to allocate sufficient time to meet the family needs. Third is your career, your opportunity, say occupation. You have to allocate required time for your occupation. Of course, the occupation, if it is a job, they demand certain time. And if it is entrepreneurship and self-styled business, you can design your own, say, time allocation to the work. So occupation needs is another one. Then relationship needs. Relationships are the assets that you develop from the society. So you have to allocate some time for relationship needs. And you are a social being and you have to meet the social needs also. You have to allocate some time to the social needs. It need not be in a day, you need to allocate time for all the 5. You have to calculate, prioritize, make it, but see that all these needs are properly handled, properly fulfilled. You are not compromising on that. Say if you focus more on your occupation needs, many people do, you will have problems at your family end, you will have problems at your personal end, you will have problems at your relationship end, and you will have problems with social end. If you focus more on relationships, networking and all that, you may have problems with occupation, you may have problems with family, you may have problems with personal needs. Like, so no single area should take most of your time at the cost of the other needs. This is the concept that you have to work out. This is how you have to plan your time and move on. We don't know. Many a time we waste our time. See these things. When we react instead of act, the reaction gives you tension, pressure, anxiety, low level of confidence, and you may not be able to work on. If you pick up the acts, how I can solve the problem, in what way I can move on, instead of struggling with that, you can reduce your wasting. Not thinking far enough ahead. You should make projections for the future. You should visualize what is to be done in future. So if you don't think about it, then you waste your time because you don't know when situation comes in. Inadequate preparation. Procrastination is delaying things, postponing things. Excessive attention to unimportant details, which are in management also we say, you should not go for last digit accuracy because your decisions are not going to get influenced with that. So don't waste your time in, say, finding the most accurate figure that is required. That is not required for many decisions. So then excessive attention should not be there on that. Reluctance to ask for help. This is also one serious psychological problem. So you have to take help from others and become helpful, so do help to the others. Failure to understand what needs to be done. If you do not know how to diagnose a problem, how to find alternatives to the problem, how to pick up the right alternative to the problem, so you should have decision-making skills. So right quality decision-making skills, then you can avoid the wastage of time. Uncertainty about expectations. So what really I wanted to achieve? What should be the outcome? If you have uncertainty, then you cannot do things in the right platform. Overcommitment, if you take more than what you can, you can't fulfill it, you will waste a lot of time. Indecisiveness, you understand. Poor organization of the things. And when you rush to the problem, then you don't have clear understanding of the problem, what to do, where to start, you will waste a lot of time. So if you avoid all these things, you can become an effective time user. One of the most respected personalities in management, people call his father of modern management, Peter F. Drucker. He said, make sure you know where your time goes. That means you have to do a post-mortem analysis that how I spend my time yesterday, day before yesterday, 1 week back, 1 month back, 1 year back. Then you will be understanding which is yielding results, which is not yielding results, which is yielding positive results, which is not yielding positive results, or which is yielding negative results also you will be knowing. Don't depend on memory. Keep a time log. Putting something on paper is always recommended, but don't say depend on memory. See that your time is spent as per your priorities or your core responsibilities. This is a management of your time. Good time managers, planning is the key function, but research shows that less than 5% of time goes on planning. So you have to plan. Every day in the beginning, you have to plan how I am going to make use of my time. Pareto principle also you have to know. 20% of your time will produce 80% of your product output. Can you afford not to manage at least that 20%? So, time managers, if not 100%, you try to see at least 20% on the most important aspects so that you can produce 80% of your output. In the process of habituating better use of time, sometimes you become 100% best. Work expands to fill the time available for it. Beware. It is a wonderful statement. If you go on working, that go on expanding because you have time. One has to know how to close a work. Closure is an important aspect. You should know where to close, when to close, how to close, and at what level the issue to be closed. Then you can move on to the another work. That is how you can shift your time from one to another. So this is the matrix you can follow. Urgent and important should be given first priority. Not urgent but important should be given second priority. Not urgent, not important should be given third priority. I'm sorry. Urgent and not important should be given third priority. And not urgent, not important should be given fourth priority. So in this way, you can reorganize your works, understanding the urgency and importance. This is the urgency and importance matrix. I told you procrastination, it is delaying the work, postponing the work. So it is a thief of time. It takes a lot of time of you. It is a negative habit. Words like later, not now, that comes in the procrastination. So this is a dangerous habit. People have it. Some people have another habit. They take the work of the others, they indulge into it, they wanted to please or take shift of the responsibility of doing work. They are called monkey on the shoulder. So you have to know how to say no to the others when you want to know, when you want to say no. So don't say yes when you want to say no. Don't say yes when it is not good for you. So saying no politely to the others is itself an art in your life. So learn the art of communicating no to the others. Don't take others' work and say drown into it. You can never come out of it. So this is another philosophy. I wanted to quickly introduce one book which impressed me a lot, very small book written by Ken Blanchard and Spencer Johnson. This is called The 1 Minute Manager. These people say that there are two types of managers, tough manager and nice manager. Tough manager is autocratic, hard-nosed, realistic, profit-minded, autocratic manager. Nice manager is a democratic, participative, supportive, considerate, humanistic. Now the question is, what is your choice? In what kind of manager you, manager of life? You can visualize yourself as a manager. You are managing your activities, you are managing your resources, you are managing your relationships. So, do you want an autocratic type of personality? A hard-nosed, realistic, and in every activity there must be profit? Or you want it to be so democratic, participative, supportive, considerate, humanistic? Choice. But these two authors say that one should have both the factors. We want people, we want profit. Both of them are important. People are important, results are also equally important. So effective managers manage themselves and the people they work with. People who feel good about themselves produce good results. This is a most important statement. We should feel good about ourselves. We should respect our thoughts, our processes. Then you can produce good result. So if you have doubts, if you have guilty, if you have ill feeling, you can never have good result. People say when I am successful, I am happy. But the research proved that when people are happy, they are successful. Again, remember this, understand the message between the lines. General statement is that when I am successful, I am happy. But the truth is, when people are happy, they are successful. There are only two outcomes in work: successful, not so successful. No one is a failure. Any value that you add, that is a value addition. Say, you have to answer 5 questions in an examination. You could answer only 1, and your results are shown that you are placed under failure, but you are not a failure. You have done 1/5 of thing that you have achieved it. You have achieved 1/5 of the task. And next time we will go for 2/5, 3/5, 4/5, and the total 100. So it is a step-by-step success ladder. You are getting it, and branding of success comes only when you cross a particular level. But that doesn't mean you are a failure in the beginning. So we have to keep failure concept from our minds. We are progressively successful, and we wanted to achieve such level of success which the society and others recognize, which meets my expectations, like that. Helping people feel good about themselves is the key to getting more done. You have to help people feel good about themselves. Then you can get the best things out of them. So these people, 1 Minute Manager, suggests 3 secrets. The first secret is you have to formulate 1 minute goal setting. 1 Minute Manager sets a goal for 1 minute. It doesn't mean that say setting a goal takes 1 minute, but to understand, to repeat, rehearse a goal, it takes only 1 minute. So you select the 20% of the best goals that you have out of the 100, because the 20% produces 80% of the output, and draft clearly what is to be done, what should be the outcome. That is the script that is required, and whatever script that you have written towards the goal, you should agree on that 100%. You may write 250 words, not more than that. So goal rating should be very brief, very clear, pointed, and it should take only 1 minute to go through totally every day. This is the first thing the authors advised. If you have such goal, you will be successful. These are all benefits I don't want to make. Second secret is 1 minute pricing. Catch people doing something right. Whenever people are doing right, go to them and appreciate them, praise them, tell them how happy you are because of their achievements. Look straight in the eye and tell precisely what right they have done and what makes you happy out of it. So that keeps the people got motivated, encouraged, recognized, and they get double motivation to work better. The third secret is 1 minute reprimand. Not all the times things happen whatever that is expected. Mistakes do happen. People do commit mistakes. Everyone commit mistakes. But when such mistakes are done, when you have observed it, immediately go to them and say that this is a mistake that you have done. And this is how it has to be done. What went wrong? How you could able to make this mistake? Personally, with a personal touch, you have to make it. So don't attack, don't bombard, don't say that it is over and you are fired. But you have to go, explain, understand, explain that this is how the problem went on, and you have to check. Again, you have to remind that how competent you are, how you can make better results, and also if the same is repeated, then it is not welcome. So these three, if you make it in your life, in your job, in your activity, then you will become successful managers of yourself. So understanding all these things makes you to have positive attitude, makes you to become positively motivated towards the society, towards yourself. So self-actualization is very, very important. Self-actualization is setting a pious goal for yourself and realizing yourself that reaching that goal. You need not go to Himalayas and do something. You can be in the midst of the people, and you have to do in the midst of the people for yourself and for the others. So thank you very much. And now it is open for discussion. I want the students to respond. If you have questions, it is okay. If you don't have questions, try to speak about the session. What are your takeaways out of this session? What are your values that you have received? What is the understanding we got it?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Akila. Akila, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, sir, Akila, sir. I'm tech student, sir, electrical department.
Very good.
Sir, thank you for all the insights you have provided, sir. Especially time management thing was really helpful to me today. And I would like to ask you, would you recommend us any books regarding self-help journal, which is helpful to us?
Yeah. See, there are many books available in the market, which provides you a lot of insights, great insights. Like, say, for example, the interpersonal communication. There is one philosophy called transaction analysis. So there is a book available, a very small book available, I Am Okay, You Are Okay, written by Thomas A. Harris. So if you go through the book, and if you look at the concept, the way in which you have to look at yourself, you have to look others, and how you can conversate with others, how you can move from one position to another position, and how you can make others move from one position to another position, and where and when you can rightly convey the message, all these things will be known to you. So if you practice it, you can become a better interpersonal communicator. See, straight away, if you throw the facts on the other person, the reaction may not be good because the other person is not prepared to take those facts in that way. So you have to prepare that other person to throw facts, and for that you have to do a lot of games and dramas. That book tells you that. Then say, for example, the You Can Win by Shiv Khera, very popular book. Say, you go through so many examples with say, like, we have short stories. Say, storytelling is one of the wonderful art of teaching. So there you will find a lot of stories connected to emotion, connected to logic, and you can have it. So the You Can Win is taken from the two books I mentioned. One is the 7 Habits of the Highly Effective People, and the other one is Unlimited Power from Anthony Robbins. So from these two books, we got many books written by a number of people, translated and meant so many things. So what you wanted to understand, which faculty you wanted to develop in yourself. Time management, you have number of books. What faculty you wanted to develop. So that part you have to recognize. And for that, search for the best books available. You have now credit ratings also in the net, and pick up one book and go through and try to see for example, a book is having 400 pages. You need not study from first word to last word. You can capture the best out of it. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have another question. You have mentioned about the relationships as well, no, sir? Like we have to categorize devote some time for relationships as well. Then one thing came to my mind is like we discuss and we put on some debates kind of things with our friends or with relatives, with our colleagues. And if we differentiate in opinions, those relationships do get affected, sir. Then it affects our mental health and happiness as well. So how do we overcome this? Like how do we talk to them or say our opinions without hurting them?
Yeah. Very important, very important issue you have raised. It is a general problem. Generally, people face it. See, when you are discussing an issue, not the person. So relationships with person should not be connected with the issue that you are deliberating. You got the point? So how you take this out of that? When you take out of that, then your relationship will not be hurt. It goes on. People should differ in opinions. People should try to go for it. So the transactional analysis I told you just now, I am okay, you are okay book. If you follow that book, you can never have this kind of problem. That is one. And the proactive example I gave you, if you use the choice of your response, you can never get into this problem. So 3 things. One is separating the person with the issue. Second is how to transact with the other person, if you know it. Third is how to decide my response to to the kind of stimulation. Stimulation is comment or argument, something that is coming out. What I have to respond. These three, if you work out, yes, your problem is out.
Thank you so much, sir. I will definitely check that book. I'll read, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Nice. Any other?
Good morning, sir. Myself, P. Vamsi Krishna, sir.
Yes.
Sir, how we see a problem and about our good habits, especially, sir, we only know about time management, sir. In that, you have given us time allocation and time awareness, time tracking, all these points, sir. Very nice, sir. And each and every point has its own significance, sir. And with your 25 to 35 years of experience, if we practice these, can put us ahead of 10 to 15 years, sir.
Certainly.
And in few days, we are entering to in New Year, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone will take some new resolutions. If we consider this, this will change our life, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to learn these things, sir.
Thank you, Vamsi Krishna.
And one more request, sir. Can you share this PPT?
Yeah.
Sir, can you share this PPT with our coordinators, sir?
Certainly. I think they are with these PPTs with
so
them.
that it will be helpful for us, sir.
Yeah. It is with them. And if
Yes,
they are
sir.
not having it, I'll definitely give.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other
Yes, sir.
quickly? Another 3 minutes are there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vamsi Krishna.
We are thankful to you, sir.
Thank you, Vamsi Krishna. I am inviting any other person to speak. Some names are visible here. Manogna, Masapalli, Manogna, Sirinaidu, anyone? Okay, we close here. Thank you very much for your patient listening all the time. And I thank the organizers, particularly Ramasoda and her team, for making me a part of this. And I really enjoy working with all of you and spending this time with all of you. Thank you very much.
Sir, I am hereby give vote of thanks, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Vamsi Krishna.
Thank you, Professor K. Ramohan Rao Garu, Vice Chairman, APCHI AP, for sharing this knowledge with us. Thank you, sir.
Nice. All the best to all of you. So I leave now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, the next session will start at 12 p.m. Welcome, Professor Ravikumar Garu.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir, the previous session just ended. I request you to please stay online for 2 more minutes. The
please,
participants will be joining.
It's okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I welcome all the participants to the second session on Discovering Self-Leveraging for Growth and Development by Professor R. Ravikumar Garu. Before starting the session, I'd like to give a brief note on Professor R. Ravikumar Garu. Till recently, Dr. Kumar has been a tenured professor in organizational behavior at IIM Bangalore. He holds a master's degree in psychology and parapsychology and a doctoral degree in organizational behavior, both from Andhra University. Prior to his joining IIMB in 1986, Dr. Kumar was associated with Andhra University, Osmania University, Berhampur University, Government of India's Center of Excellence by UNIDO. Dr. Kumar has over 40 years of teaching, training, consulting, and research experience in the fields of organizational behavior and human resource management, in addition to wide-ranging academic administration. He has been recipient of fellowships from European Foundation for Management Development, Association of Management Development in South Asia. Dr. Kumar served as a visiting professor in ESAID, Barcelona, Spain, and Department of Management, Sultan Qaboos University, Muscat, Oman. His research articles have appeared in national and international journals and were shared in several conferences and seminars. His collaborative research has been published as a book in Shaping Business Leaders, What B Schools Don't Do, Sage 2008. Another co-authored book was Organizational Growth and Success, a case research study. Consistently over the years and across institutions, he has been rated as an effective teacher and a trainer by thousands of students at graduate, postgraduate, and doctoral levels and corporate executives. Dr. Kumar has developed several teaching materials that include broadcast quality management, educational films in video format. Dr. Kumar held consulting assignments with many government institutions, public and private sector organizations, and multinational companies. Dr. Kumar has been on several journals, editorial boards that include International Journal of Leadership Education, UK, and holds membership with American Psychological Association and Academy of Management, USA. He is currently researching on strategic institution building, transferable leadership, management on the edge, and organizational transformation. On 31st May 2019, due to superannuation, Dr. Kumar demitted his office at IIM Bangalore. Currently, he holds office of Honorary Professor at School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. Some of the important achievements of Sir are, at a young age, he became the member of several apex decision-making and policy formulating bodies, like Board of Governors, Advisory Board, General Council of many national level institutions that include IIM Bangalore 1997. He developing digital format educational movies for teaching themes in organizational behavior employing video. He is the first academician to be featured on BBC for the work done on gender diversity in 1999. And he's the first academician from IIM community to be a part of apex body of AICTE MHRT GOI 2007. He is an expert member in psychology UPSC Reforms Committee in 2001. He is a longitudinal research along with others on MBA students from IIMs and other prominent institutions across the country that has resulted in publication by SAGE, Developing Business Leaders, What B Schools Do Not Teach by SAGE India 2008. He has done a case research on power trading corporation, resulting in a book, Organizational Growth and Success, which has been released by then Cabinet Minister of Power, Government of India. This unpriced book is being used at many business schools across India as well as abroad, 2009, with a shared copyright to use any part of it for classroom discussions. He is the first among IIM professors to teach MBA students at Andhra University, Visakhapatnam from 2018. He is the first among IIM professors to become honorary professor at School of Management Studies at Central University, University of Hyderabad. Sir, I request you to start this session.
Thank you. I hope I am audible and visible.
Yes, sir.
Now, just tell me the students of which program here?
Students from different communities, sir, from engineering, from management,
Okay.
MTech students, as well as BSc students.
And all the people who are attending this session are students, right?
Yes, sir, all the students.
Okay.
Many researchers.
Sorry?
Research students.
No, there are some research students, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how many of the students, I want you to know, how many of them are using their mobile phone?
Many are using mobile phones,
No,
sir.
the reason I asked you, please understand,
Yes, sir.
please understand.
Yes,
The
sir.
reason I asked you is, first thing is I don't have any PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So, there could be a connectivity problem.
Yes, sir.
There could be a network issue. So what I would request all the students who are using mobile phone is to, if you're able to listen to me, that's more than enough. You don't have to see me. Is that clear? Is that not clear? Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
No, somebody has to respond.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I don't have to be visible. In a low bandwidth, I can be easily audible. So those of you who are using mobile phone can disable themselves in such a way that even though it's a low network or a poor network, they can still listen to me. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I got a message. Somebody says, okay, now I have to tell you two things. The reason I'm not using PowerPoint presentation is this. Many people they log in using a mobile phone. The minute you use anything visual, when the network is poor, you won't be able to benefit from it. That is the reason I am not using PowerPoint presentation. First. Second thing is, Dr. Ramono took a session before me as a part of the inauguration, wherein he did talk about self-exploration and self-motivation. Okay? Now, I will link my session with this session as we progress. My session is on discovering self to leverage for growth and development. First, let me congratulate Andhra University for organizing this. Andhra University, the university where I have studied. So, I've been known to oblige Andhra University, say yes, because I see this as an opportunity to add value to whatever Andhra University is doing it. Okay? Now, how many of you have a pen and paper with you? Or all of you are only in a listening mood? Now, I request, if you don't have a pen and paper, how many of you can text something which I say? If I ask a question, will you be able to write an answer? If not write an answer, text using a word text. If you can't do if most of you cannot do that, you should be able to at least answer to my question mentally. But you have to be honest. Is that clear? Is that not clear? Okay, I will do this little later, or maybe I can do it right away. Once I say start counting down numbers from 100 in English as fast as you can. Is the task clear? Once I say start counting down numbers from 100 in English as fast as you can silently. So there are 4 components of this exercise. One is you have to count down numbers from 100, not count up, count down. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, like that. In English, in no other language. No, somebody joined now. This is the problem. Now, I'll try to do this exercise a little later because people seem to be still walking in and walking out, which is not acceptable to me because they'll miss out. So I'll do this exercise later. Coming back to what I started, what is this session about? This session is, in a simple words, I don't know how many of you have seen recently a film called Most Eligible Bachelor. That film's theme is exactly similar to my theme now. Discovering self. It does not talk about growth and development. Okay? Now, what do you mean by this? How do you understand? It's nothing philosophical. It is nothing philosophical. If you look at people who are better than rest of them, it goes without saying that they know more about themselves. So the first important aspect is, how do I know information about myself? The second one is, after knowing myself, how can I leverage my knowledge about myself for growth and development? This is the theme of my session. Now I'll try my best to make it as simple and as possible. Now, what do you do when you want to know about yourself? How can you know about yourself? There are two ways of doing it. One is called introspection. You try to discover yourself using all your energies. The second one is you interact with others. So there are two methods of discovering self. One is introspection. Second one is interaction. For example, if you want to know what you like and what you don't like, you can do that by looking into yourself. That's introspection. Suppose I want to know whether I'm making myself clear or not. Either I can listen to myself or I can ask others who are listening to me. So the first aspect is to discover self. There are two paths. The first path is looking into yourself. Second one is take the benefit of others, and through interactions you have with them, you can get something out of it. Now, how do we understand what is this self? Let me give you a couple of quick examples. Most of you must have heard about the story of Rama. You know, there is something called Ramayana. I'm not going to give you details about Ramayana, but I want to ask you one thing. Can anybody tell me why it is called Ramayana? Can anybody respond? Why it is called Ramayana? What does that mean? This is not a discourse on philosophy or Hinduism. Please get it very clearly. Ayan means path taken. The path taken by Rama. So in Ramayana, the hero is Rama. One day, Rama wanted to know about himself. So what he does is, he goes in search of his guru called Vasishtha. And it's middle of the night. So he has to travel to a long distance. He goes to the kutira, or the hut where Vasishtha is staying. And he, in the journey, he travels quite a bit of distance. He reaches the middle of the forest. It is middle of the night. It is raining. So Rama knocks at the door of the hermitage. Middle of the night, what do you expect anybody to do, including the so-called scholar? He's sleeping. So when somebody wakes us up, your sleep is disturbed, your question would be, who is that? So Vasishtha asked him a question, who are you? So Rama said, it's me. Vasishtha went back to sleep. And Rama was getting drenched in the rain. Again, he knocked. So Vasishtha asked him again, who is that? So Rama said, it is me. Then Vasishtha asked him, what do you mean by me? So Rama said, to know that I came to you. And the discussion they've had is called as Yoga Vasistham. Those of you interested can know about the way Rama discovered himself. The second story, again from Ramayana, I would like to tell you. Please remember, Professor Ramana mentioned about storytelling as one of the methodologies of learning and teaching. So I'm purposely using that. You must have heard about Viswamitra, right? If not, please read. Viswamitra teaches lots of things to Rama and Lakshmana. And I don't know how many of you heard about the Suprabhata, which is sung in most of the temples. That is, the first sloka is what is written by Viswamitra when he wakes up Rama. And the gist of the dialogue between Rama and Viswamitra was as simple as this. Viswamitra says that In my process of understanding myself, discovering myself, I have discovered it is very, very difficult to conquer one's own self. So, discovering self is one, winning over one is the other. The third aspect I would like to tell you is from Mahabharata. The gist of Gita is I should know my dharma. I should follow what is my duty. There is a sloka called Swadharme Nidhanam. Those of you interested can do this. Now, I don't know how many of you remembered a saint called Adi Sankaracharya. He introduced a very interesting word called Aham Brahmasyami, which means if I can know about myself fully, I am known about universe. Discovering oneself completely is almost impossible. Since that is impossible, knowing everything about the universe is also impossible. So life is nothing but a continuous journey. The next person I would like to refer to so that you can do some reading is Ramana Maharshi, who gave us different methods of introspection. Okay. Another person very popular in our country, his name is Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, affectionately called as Bapu. Right? Bapu has written a lovely book called Experiments with Truth, wherein he talks about his journey in discovering himself. He's the person who talked about two important aspects: expression of truth called Satya Agraha and the power of non-violence. Now, two very popular psychologists called Maslow used an expression called self-actualization. And incidentally, he quoted Gandhi extensively. And there's another person called Carl Rogers. So, what am I trying to convey to you is, if you want to discover yourself, you have many paths, either from the epics or from the Smritis or many ways. Now, there are 5 ways of discovering self. One is called Suti Pramana. That means whatever is written in the ancient scriptures, if you can understand the so-called Vedas, you can discover yourself much better. It will help you to discover yourself. So that is the first Pramana. The second Pramana is what is called Smriti Pramana. Smriti is nothing but books written distilling the wisdom from the Vedas. The third one is Purana Pramana or Itihasa Pramana. What is the stories like Ramayana and Mahabharata tells us? So you can learn about yourself by reading the scriptures. If that's not possible for some reason, you can learn about yourself from your teacher. The job of a teacher is not to teach a subject, but help the student discover himself or herself. The last one is choose a path for yourself. That is what we are saying, that self-chosen path to understand. Now, what do you mean by discovering? Discovering is not invention. Please understand. Invention is creation. Discovering means it is there, but it is not known. For example, most of you heard about a country called United States of America. That continent existed, but somebody went and discovered, right? So discovering means it exists, but I'm not aware. Self exists, I exist, but I don't know who I am. Or others do not know me. So discovering means It is there, and I am unearthing. It's like a box. You have a box, and you don't know what is in the box, but something is there in the box. So you open the box. Now, what do you mean by discovering self? Now, please understand the existence of self starts by our birth. And the self ceases to exist when you die. So the the period between the birth and death are called self. It exists between birth and death. There are three more aspects of self. I call this as a 3F model: facts, feelings, and fuzzy. Now, what do you mean by this? There are certain facts about me, right? That, for example, I'm alive. It's a fact that I worked at IIM Bangalore. It's a fact that I studied at Andhra University, right? So there are something which are ready for scrutiny. One way of doing is you can test for its existence. That's why it's called facts. Feelings are different from facts. Feelings is what do you think of that fact? Do you suppose when I told that I'm an alumnus of Andhra University, the impact of that on you is your feeling. For example, you might feel elated that Professor Ravi Kumar is also from the same university. So that's a feeling, right? Somebody who is not from Andhra University, suppose I talk somewhere where there are people from other university, including Andhra University, people from Andhra University might feel good. People who are not from Andhra University might not have the same reaction to my fact that I studied in Andhra University. The third one is fuzzy. What do you mean by fuzzy? Fuzzy is something, a very common word that is used nowadays in computer science. You don't know whether A leads to B. A leads to B sometimes, A does not lead to B. That means it happens, it doesn't happen. You don't know why it happens, you don't know why it doesn't happen. It's like this. It's like this. It is a feeling, but you are not sure of it. There are two aspects of it: uncertainty and ambiguity. I'll come back to these two words again. For example, tomorrow is uncertain. Tomorrow is uncertain. What will happen tomorrow is ambiguous. So uncertainty and ambiguity are two parameters of fuzzy. I'll give you a simple example. You go to buy a mobile phone. You have some facts about the name of the company, the product specifications, or all the facts. When you look at the phone, when you touch the phone, when you use that phone, the internal reactions you have are your feelings. Now, what is fuzzy there? What is fuzzy is you don't know whether how long this phone will work. Right? So I hope you got this. Now, let me take you to the next step. We talked about birth and death. When we take birth, the evidence that we are born is what is called a birth cry. The first learning that we get in our life is when you are disconnected from your parent who has given you birth, your mother. Because of the pain and you're disconnected by cutting the umbilical cord, you start breathing. So this is called a birth cry, right? And if you don't cry, it's a big emergency for the gynecologist who is performing the delivery. Now, when we talk about deaths, there are three kinds of deaths. First two deaths are known as medical deaths. The third one is called psychological death. First, let me talk about the medical death. There is something called your heart stops function. So you're called as you are dead. But that is called a cardiac death. My heart stops, hence the heart cannot pump the blood. But you must have seen in many films, there'll be an accident or something. So many films have used this. A person gets a heart attack, person meets with an accident, he'll be taken to hospital, he'll be operated, and the doctors come out and say, he was brought in right time. Roughly it is 3 minutes. So even though the heart stops, he can be revived. And that is called neurological revival. So, but if the time is over, after 3 minutes, he is called neurologically dead, brain dead. Why am I telling all these things is, you may be alive because your heart is functioning. Even the heart doesn't function. If the brain functions, you can still called alive. You're not dead. But there is something called a psychological death or behavioral death. It happens when I can't think, I can't feel, and I can't act. Put it in a different way, it means you can't learn. One evidence that we are alive is what we call it as learnability. Incidentally, it is the learnability that is measured whenever you go for a job interview. The whole purpose of an interview is to measure your learnability. Learnability is the ability to learn. Whenever I'm introduced, people say he's a learned professor. I tell them, no, I'm not a learned professor. I'm a learning teacher. If learning stops, when the learnability is zero, you are dead. So self means understanding how can I learn either about a subject or how can I learn about the universe? How can I learn about myself? So 3 things. I can learn about myself. I can learn about people around me. I can learn about time management. I can learn about transaction analysis. I can learn about nuclear physics. I can learn about the ongoing pandemic. I can learn about something which I can't see. Okay. Now, this is the second aspect. Now, what do you mean by growth? Growth means aging without any purpose. So you could see a difference in your dimensions, length and breadth, but it does not serve any purpose. We always say that the difference between an animal and a human being is this. Animals just grow. Human beings grow and they learn. So there is a difference. So growing means I age. That means compared to yesterday, I'm older today. Is there a difference between what I know yesterday and what I know today about anything? If there is no difference, I've grown, but I've not developed. If there is a difference between my knowledge level, my skill level, compared to yesterday, that means I have moved. So what we mean by growth is I can perhaps know, but others cannot see. This is another interesting aspect of it. I feel that I've learned, but my learning is not visible to others. What do you mean by development? Development means my growth is purposive. Please watch my words. I've grown, but it is serving a purpose. For example, since all of your students, you join a course, you pay the fee, you write the exam, and you fail. Did it serve the purpose of joining a course? What is the purpose of joining a course? To pass the exams, to get a certificate. and achieve something out of it. For example, for most of the students, the purpose of any education is employment. So that is the purpose for joining a course. So that is what we call it as purposive growth. Now this growth, purposive growth, need not have only one purpose, it can have multiple purposes. For example, as a student, when you join a college, apart from getting a bachelor's degree or master's degree or a PhD, the other purposes, what we call it as enjoying the student life. You learn a lot outside the classroom. You learn a lot by interacting with students who do not belong to your discipline. That's why, if you live in a hostel, for example, if you are not a day scholar, but you are a hostler, you're staying in the university hostel, that itself gives you lots of learning. So it gives you opportunities for development. In other words, development means my purpose is not anymore static, it is dynamic. That means if I learn something, okay, I learned that, but that leads to learning something new. This is what happens, and what we call this as social learning. You learn not just from one person. For example, most of the students think they can learn only from a teacher. No. You may go, but you may not develop. Today, you have multiple sources of learning. Now, in earlier days, our source, when I was a student perhaps, we had only very few sources of learning. Let me explain what were the sources of learning. One is a teacher. If I want to learn, when I was doing my master's in psychology and parapsychology, my source of learning is what the teacher teaches me in the class. I had another source called library. The other source of learning is by doing a project. So I had more than one source of learning, in addition to my classmates and my seniors being a source of learning. Now, today, you have multiple sources of learning. What do you mean by multiple sources? One, you can learn from your teacher. Second, you can learn from physically going to library. You can learn from your classmates because you can learn from the experience. There are so many sources of learning. For example, you have a large repertoire of digital sources. For example, Google Guru. Google has become a guru, a teacher for most of us. If you have a doubt, just ask that question using Google browser. Google search engine, you will get answers. Suppose you want to know who is the first Prime Minister of India. Earlier, the source was either your teacher, or you have to go to library and refer to books, or you have to ask somebody else. Now you don't have to do any one of them. Just do a click and your knowledge is there. Suppose you want to know something about time management. Well, you can ask a teacher. You ask somebody. Some students have asked in the earlier session to ask a question to Professor Raman Rao. He suggested some books. Second, that's one source. The most envious source that you have is the internet. You ask a question in Google, who is the first Prime Minister of India? You get an answer. Now, there are multiple sources of learning, as I told you. So one source is teacher. Other source is library. The other sources, like I told you, you can learn about by watching films. You can watch, your YouTube can be a fantastic teacher. I don't know how many of you know, there is something called digital source of learning. Those of you who are interested in knowing, Government of India has a huge repertoire of video films made by Indian professors. Right? IITs, IIMs are part of that. So you have multiple sources of. Now, development means how do I leverage, how do I make use of the knowledge I gain, the skills I have learned, and my behavior. I hope this is clear. Put it in a different way. You know something. How are you making use of what do you know? So understand, knowledge is different from a skill, is different from a behavior. Now, we always say that an educated person has knowledge, right? An engineering student will have the knowledge of engineering, which will lead to the development of his capability to do certain things. And that's what we call it a skill. For example, there's a student who studied mechanical engineering. He knows the mechanism of a scooter. Let's presume. A person who was not studied, who didn't have access to the knowledge, he might not have that. But please remember, you can have skill without knowledge. You may have knowledge, you may not have skill. You may have both, but you might not have the relevant behavior. Let me give you a simple example. Suppose you're going with your friends in a car, and there is somebody who has done PhD in automobile engineering in internal combustion engines. That means how the automobiles work. And the vehicle stops. He might have the knowledge, but can he make the car start? The answer will be no. So then what do? You end up taking this to a mechanic. Mechanic might have the skill, but the skill is not from his knowledge. He might haven't studied engineering, but he knows how to identify a problem and how to solve the problem. But that is not knowledge that he got by going to engineering college. He has learned it from his teacher, his Guruji, his Ustad. Now, what do you mean? When you have knowledge, when you have skill, it can impact your behavior. Now, that's why we say, if you go to college, if you go to university, you develop knowledge, you develop skill, and these two will impact you in your day-to-day behavior. For example, an educated person behaves less rudely than an uneducated person. An educated person will have more discipline. He'll be showing more sophistication in his behavior. For example, you're standing at a bus stop. You have to get into the bus. Okay? Now, let us presume there's a person who is not educated. He will try to push and get into the bus because his purpose is to get into the bus. Now, a person who is educated will try to get into the bus without pushing others. Now, if you have the knowledge, you might, if you have the position, you might say that let us stand in a queue. So, knowledge might merely remain as a knowledge. It does not serve any purpose then. Knowledge leads to a skill, fine, or the basis for the skill need not be the typical knowledge. You can have what is called tacit knowledge. These two together should impact your behavior. Now, I used two words very quickly. How do I discover myself? One of the best ways to understand or discovering yourself is there are three important aspects. And how do we connect these three? Desire, ability, and opportunity. Simple three words: desire, ability, and opportunity. And they're highly connected. Let me explain. The job of a teacher is to kindle a desire to learn. Kindle a desire to learn. several teachers are known to make you hungry to learn. For example, as a student, when you sit through in a class, if it is boring, your desire to learn will go down. So that's why we say that his teacher is very knowledgeable, but the way he taught, I lost interest. So the first important thing is desire. If you have a strong desire to learn, you will develop the ability to learn, which I called it as learnability. Let's presume I want to go to, I have a strong desire, to go to America. What do? I try to find out how people went to America. Then I realize that there is something called a GRE exam or a GMAT as a student. Then I will get more information about those exams. I'll try to write the exam. To write the exam and get a good percentile, I have to learn an ability. Once these two are there, the third important thing is an opportunity. So three important things are there. If you have a strong desire, that is more than enough for you to develop the requisite ability, and you scan in your environment and make use of the available opportunity. There's other way of understanding. We give you an opportunity to leverage. This leveraged opportunity will develop the requisite ability. Once you have your ability, your desire levels will go up. I hope I'm clear. Let me give you a simple example. We normally use the word called he's passionate. He's passionate about something. Now, what do you mean by passionate? He has a strong desire. If I have a desire to perform in an organization, I think I will deliver. I'll give you a simple example. What is the difference between a typical government organization's employee and a non-government organization's employee, public and private? Since all of your students, I'll give you a simple example. Look at the behavior of a bus driver who is driving an RTC bus. Look at the behavior of a bus driver who is running a private bus. I'm not saying private is good or RTC is bad. I'm just giving you a simple example. In terms of behavior, these two people are different. Why? Because they're different levels of desire. To put it in a much simpler way, I'll tell you. In a typical government organization, people take retirement on the date of appointment. They join and they achieved in life. They have a very low desire to perform. When you have a low desire to perform, no boss can make you perform. So what is the learning you have here? The job of a boss is to kindle a desire, provide an opportunity so that the individual can develop an ability. Usually, you must have heard about a very interesting thing on motivation. We can take a donkey to the we can take a horse to a pond, but we can't make the horse drink the water. Please understand one thing. First thing is, if you are smart enough, you don't waste your energy in taking the horse to the water pond. Your job is to deprive the horse of the water. So the horse will have a desire to drink water. Once it has a desire, it shows its ability of moving. Then it senses where the water is available and it will go and exploit the opportunity. I hope I'm clear. Put it in a different way. Please remember, when you grow, you have to pay a price. For example, you must have interacted with the elders They try to convey that old age and maturity go together. But the fact of the matter is, old age does not necessarily mean mature behaviors. In the pandemic, I don't know how many of you noticed, it is most of the times it is the elders who try to violate the protocols of COVID than the youngsters. So we always say that for learning, there is no age. That means young age is no guarantee of innovation. So, but I'll explain something else. Old age does not mean maturity. I'll pass over here. Any question? Any question? Any one of you? At this stage, any question, please?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. No, question on what I've covered. Tell me.
So just now what you spoke, sir. Old age people would gain a lot of experience and things, sir.
No, I am not denouncing old age people, including me. I'm saying old age does not mean maturity.
Okay. Fine.
Young age does not mean innovation.
Okay, agree with you, sir.
That's all I'm saying. And younger person can show mature behaviors. And an old person can be much more knowledgeable, much more skillful, and can be much more successful than a youngster. What I'm trying to convey to you is age has nothing to do with success. In the previous session, Professor Ramanova touched upon two aspects which I'm going to touch upon again. I'm just building a ground. Please remember, everything in life has a price and a price. Now, what is a price? Price is something where you can't do certain things. What is a price? Price is what you get. So you're forced to give up certain things, and by doing that you get something. In Hindi we say kuch पाने के लिए कुछ खोना है. If you want to gain something, you have to experience pain. For example, by being a student, right? There are lots of gains. You come to the university, right? But you have to come to university and learn. There is a price. You know what is the price, not apart from learning? If you're a student, generally at home, they don't ask you to do any homework, clean the house or anything. But if you're not gone to university, they say, do this work. So, being a student, you have a price and a price. So I always say the life is like a balance sheet. It has assets and liabilities. Please remember one important aspect. When we grow in age, three things will come down. Your curiosity to learn will come down. How many of you are curious? I asked you a question. All of us heard about Ramayana. How many of you ever asked a question why it is called Ramayana? We don't ask. So, one way to discover yourself is you should be curious about knowing either about yourself, through yourself, or knowing about you through others. So the first parameter is what is the level of my curiosity? Curiosity is asking questions. You'll be surprised to know at a young age, we are very curious. If you can maintain this curiosity throughout your life, I think it will help you for growth and development. So, curiosity is one. Don't lose curiosity. What do you mean by curiosity? Where does this go? How does this work? Why he likes me? Why I dislike this person? So, in other words, constant questioning, raising questions. Let me also tell you one thing. To ask a question, you don't need knowledge. You get knowledge by asking a question. To ask a question, you don't need competence. You need only courage, right? You are proud in admitting your ignorance. So to ask a question, you don't need competence. To answer a question, you need competence. So there is a word called in English childlike curiosity. I don't know how many of you are interested in knowing this. This is the price you have to pay because you grow every day. Compared to yesterday, you are older than yesterday today. Today, you are older than yesterday, but you're younger than tomorrow. So if you ask a question, keep your curiosity levels high. This is one of the best ways to be successful in life. I use the word success, I'll come back to this later. Second important aspect is energy. Do you feel energetic or you feel tired? If you meet a youngster, he is definitely more energetic than a person who is older to him, generally. There could be exceptions. So one important aspect, driver, if you want me to use the word, is energy. Can I feel energetic? Can I show my energy? Can I expend my energy? Third, do you have the desire to live? Three important aspects: curiosity, energy, and desire. If you want, you remember three alphabets: C, D, E. Curiosity, desire, and energy. Let me also tell you, it's a natural process. As you grow in age, these levels will come down, can come down, not that it has to come down. Most importantly, learnability goes down. I'll give you a simple example. You meet any elderly person, he might not be knowing how technology works. He may be having a mobile, but he does not know how to send an SMS. He does not know how to send a voice text and is not willing to learn. He'll depend upon a youngster. So that's the typical behavior. Now, a young person, because he's got a higher levels of curiosity and higher level of desire to learn, he can learn. But that does not mean that old people can't learn. Again, I'm telling you, age has nothing to do with this, provided you make a conscious effort. Second, all of us have past, present, and future. The difference is youngsters have more future, bigger future, and less past. Whereas elderly people have long past and less future. When you have a long past, when you have less future, it leads to what is called rigidity. In other words, there is a word in Telugu called chadastam. You become fussy, not fuzzy. You become fussy. You think the way you have done is the only way to do. I hope this is clear. Management of past is the path to discovery of self. In other words, all of us have past. All of us have past. A newborn baby yesterday has a past. If you want to discover how do you manage your past is one important aspect. Whenever you have past, you have a problem. We end up living in the past. You meet any elderly person, he will tell you how beautiful the world was a few days ago. And is unhappy with today and tomorrow. Definitely today. So, you can take a position that yesterday is over. I don't live in yesterday, but I have an agenda. I can learn and unlearn from the past. Watch my words. There are two important aspects that will lead to development, that will take you from growth to development. Spending time in class is different from learning from the lecture. Being in a class is different from doing. Attendance is different from being attentive. You are present in the class, but you're not learning or unlearning. So the two important aspects, learning and unlearning. If you have past, learn from the past and unlearn from the past. Now, what do you mean by learn, unlearn? I'll come to that little later if time permits. But every experience, every event can be a fantastic source of learning. How can I learn to be the same? How can I unlearn not to be the same from the past? Another important aspect is accept the past. Past is a fact, right? Accept it. You don't have to deny or refute. For example, if you have studied in a Telugu medium school, you don't have to deny the past. Learn from your past. Yes, if I want to communicate in English, I have to learn. When you have to learn English, you have to unlearn the way you speak English. For example, there is something called accent. Most of the people in India, not in India, everywhere, when a German speaks English, it has a German accent. But you can unlearn that accent and learn the English accent. You don't have to refute the past. So, three important things. Don't deny the past. Yes, if you are a Telugu medium student, you don't have to deny. You can't deny a fact. Second, you don't have to refute the past. You can't say, I'm not lucky enough. Hey? Third important thing is you can accept that as a fact. So this is with regard to management of past. Now let me talk about management of present. Whenever you have the past, you have a tendency to become a victim of the past. I'll give you a simple example. Those of you who studied PUC, intermediate, suppose you come to engineering. What brought you to engineering will not help you in your being a successful student in engineering. So you have to unlearn the methods of learning which made you successful in your intermediate or graduation. If there are some postgraduate students, I understand there are some research scholars. The way you learn in a master's level is different from the way you learn in doctoral level. If you don't change the way you learn, you become a victim of the past. One of the best ways is to live in the present is understand what is called contextual sensitivity and contextual sensibility. When the context changes, your behavior has to undergo a change. If your behavior does not undergo a change, you will not be able to grow and develop. Put it in a different way. You become victim of what we call it as style. How do you understand style? Habit and a skill. These are two different aspects of behavior. Habit is something that happens irrespective of the context. Skill is I examine the situation and show the behavior only when it is appropriate. If it's not appropriate, I won't. I'll give a simple example. Those people who live in South India, early morning they have coffee. In North India, they have tea. Or when they want to spend some time, they go to a hotel and either go for coffee or tea. Now, if you're habituated for coffee, if you go to North India and ask for coffee, you will get coffee, but you may not be happy with the coffee. It is stupid to ask for coffee in North India and be unhappy with whatever coffee you get. So, what do you mean by contextual sensitivity? There's an expression in English, be a Roman in Rome. If I'm a university student, I have to give up certain PUC college behaviors because the context has changed. When the context has changed, the behavior has to change. So, as I said, if your behavior does not change when there is a context, you will fail. The third one is, how do I manage my future? Future is always characterized by 4 important aspects. What are these 4 aspects? Hope. Hope. Volatility. Things may not remain the same. Uncertainty. Uncertainty is what has worked yesterday may not work today. Right? Complexity. What do you mean by complexity? A leads to B, B leads to C, and A leads to C. There is an interconnectedness of several things, and understanding this interconnectedness becomes very, very difficult. It's not A to B. It is A to C, B to A. And there is something called ambiguity. You must have noticed this in your own student life. Hope, I'm sure you understood. There's no difficulty. What do you mean by volatile? Volatile is the changes are happening beyond my ability to cope with. Volatile situation. You can't see any pattern, right? It is also connected to uncertainty. Uncertainty is you don't know what will work, what will not work. Complexity is, as I told you, you know A to B, but you can't see A to C. Ambiguity is you don't know, you don't have a full picture. Is that clear? Can I go to the next point, please? Any doubt? Any doubt? Fine. I got a message. So, how do we discover ourselves? What are the steps? Very simple. How do you, if you want to conquer, if you don't see the world, you can never conquer the world. Knowing self to do what? To take over. To evolve. Evolving means self-induced change. Evolving means beyond growth. For example, when you are a student in 10th class, now you are studying in university. Suppose you meet your teacher, your high school teacher now. He sees a significant change in your behavior. Then he tells you, you have evolved. This evolving has got 2 aspects. Additive method or subtractive method. What is additive method? Discovering self has got 2 things. One is additive. Additive means painting. Subtractive is opposite of this. There is a block of stone. What does a sculptor do? He will remove the things. By removing things, he'll make a statue. In other words, go back to the first time I told you. A sculptor sees a statue in a block of a stone. With a chisel and a hammer, he'll just remove certain things and hence you get a statue. This is called sculpting, which is called subtraction. That means you're removing things. That is also evolution. What is additive? Additive is painting. There is a white paper or there is a canvas. You put one color, you put another color, you draw a line, you draw a thicker line, so it is additive. So when you look at a statue, it is a lovely example of subtractive evolution. That means I have become a better human being by unlearning. Right? I have become a better person by adding certain new behaviors. That is what we call it as learning. Please remember, we normally say that there are 4 purposes of any living human being. And these are called Purusharthas. I'm sure you heard about it. Artha, Kama, Moksha, Dharma. If you don't want to go detail into this, very simple. Arth is nothing but Arth means meaning. Kama means desire. Moksha is self-fulfillment. Dharma is righteous path. I can enhance my wealth, I can satisfy my desire, and I can achieve what I want in life, the ultimate in my life. But all these things have to be done within the defined rules and regulations, what is called dharma. Now, the purpose of discovering self is not just these 4 Purusharthas. Professor Ramanoha in my earlier session already touched upon 2 points. I'll add 2 more and spend enough of time. There are 4 important aspects of life, of knowing self, or of being a student. First thing is success. Second one is satisfaction. Third one is happiness. Fourth one is peace. Watch my words. Success, satisfaction, happiness, and peace. Now, what do you mean by success? You can have 2 parameters of success. Success is both a subjective phenomenon and an objective phenomenon. Success could be a fact or a feeling. You remember I used the word fact and feeling? I'll come to fuzziness later. Now, what do you mean by success? Have you achieved your set goal? That is success. For example, if there's a running race, 10 people are participating. All of them have to cover the same distance. Whoever reaches the first, he get a first prize. Whoever reaches the second prize. Whoever reaches the third, it's the third prize. So in a running race, 3 people are successful. Other 7 people are less successful. So success is one relative to others' performance. Success is relative to the degree of the goal attainment. My research tells me there are 4 factors that determine success. The first factor is exposure. The more you expose yourself, the more you know about yourself, the more successful you are. For example, if you stay in your same environment, the chances of the success you want is less. For example, those people who migrate, those people who leave the country, they want to enhance their chances of success. So the first factor is exposure. The second factor for success is effort. You get only 2 things in life without any effort: enemies and bad name. There is no person in the world who has no bad name. At least one person will think negative about him. Second, there is no person who doesn't have an enemy. So, effort is nothing but hard work. Effort is nothing but, am I putting my best forward? So, second factor to enhance success is effort. The first factor is exposure. What do you mean by exposure? Can I look for more sources of learning? The chances of a youngsters being successful now is much more than a person who was a student 20 years ago, because the exposure has gone up. For example, students are leveraging the technology. The third factor is what we call it as endurance, which unfortunately is coming down. Endurance is patience. Thanks to technology, we are forced to become impatient. Give you a simple example. Earlier, when you put on a computer, you have to wait for a few seconds, few minutes. Nowadays, you have computers which take lesser time to start. I'll give you another simple example. You look at your TV. Earlier, when you had a cathode ray tube, a Dabba TV, when you put it on, it used to take few minutes for the image and the sound to come. Now you get OLED screens, which is instant. Take a cup of coffee. Coffee earlier means you have to make a decoction. From decoction, you make coffee. Now you have instant coffee. I'll give you another example. Earlier, if you want to buy a vehicle, you have to book and wait. Nowadays, there is no need of booking. You can just go to your showroom and buy. You can buy many things without even going to the shop. You have digital shopping. So, first factor for success is exposure. Second factor is effort. Third factor is endurance. And the fourth factor is undefinable phenomenon. What we call it as a combination of uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. And all these things put together is what we call it fuzziness. An individual is either successful, partially successful, or highly successful at any given moment of time. If you make your purpose dynamic, you are successful and you look for continuous success. What we call it as excellence. Second word is satisfaction. Now, what do you mean by satisfaction? Satisfaction need not necessarily come from success. A person who has failed in the exam may be satisfied with his performance. I'll give you a simple example. You might go for an interview for a job. You might not get selected, but you may be very, very satisfied with your performance. It's quite possible. Satisfaction is an individually controlled state. Success is not necessarily individually controlled. So, I may be successful, but I may not be satisfied. I may be satisfied, but I may not be successful. The third combination, I may be successful, I am successful, I am satisfied, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy with myself. I'm not happy with my performance. I'm not happy with my success rate. I'm not happy with my satisfaction level. Now, what is happiness? Happiness is an individual state of mind. I may be happy with myself. I may not be happy with you. I may be happy with myself. I may be happy with my family, but I may not be happy with society. The last one is what we call it as peace. Are you in a state of tranquility? If you want me to explain in Telugu, మనశ్శాంతి ఉందా? శాంత స్వభావం ఉందా? Peace is, are you in peace with yourself? Okay? I hope this is clear. So, success is different from satisfaction. Satisfaction is different from happiness. Happiness is different from peace. Right? How do we understand self is another way. Now, one of the best ways to understand self from the research in psychology is imagine an onion and the peels of onion. The more you open, the more you discover. To help you understand, I'll give you few words. If you know the difference between these few words, your knowledge about yourself will go much higher. First one is assumption. What do you mean by assumption? How to know when you know nothing? How to know when you know nothing? You don't know, but you know. Look at the word assume, A-S-S-U-M-E. Separate it. When you assume, you're making an ass of you and me. Between friends, this normally happens. You say that, okay, let's meet at canteen. Okay. I think you'll come late and I'll come late. You think I'll come late and you come late. So both of us are late. Because both of us assumed that other person will be late. Right? Most of the times, the assumptions you can make determine your success. They determine your satisfaction. They determine your happiness. They determine your peace. We talked about another aspect of self, facts. Facts are something that can be seen, felt, heard, and experienced. Right? For example, it's a day now for us. Even a person who is sitting in America will accept that it's day in Bangalore. Fact is that I'm alive. A person who is brain dead, no doctor can bring back life to him. That's a fact that he did. Now, understand the difference between assumptions and facts. The third one is what we call it as inference. It's emerged from facts, but it's not a fact. You are deducing something. For example, if somebody introduces me and introduces me saying that Professor Kumar has done PhD from Usmani University, I tell them no. I've graduated from Andhra University. Because what meaning you make out of your knowledge is what is called inference. It is what we call it in economics. In statistics, we use the word called extrapolation. A is equal to B. B is equal to C. Hence, A is equal to C. Hence, A is equal to C is only an inference. Because you know A is equal to B and B is equal to C. Inference and assumptions are different. Assumptions are not based on facts or data or information. Inference is based on irrefutable facts. There is something called opinions. Based on either assumptions or facts or inference, I take a tentative position. For example, it is still an opinion as of today that if you go for the third dose of vaccination, you are better protected from the ongoing pandemic. Opinion is a position that I take about an issue, about an individual, about an object. You and your friend go for shopping and you're buying a shirt. And you show a shirt. And your friend expresses his opinion whether it will be good on you or not. That's only an opinion. It's not anything else. Now, when the opinion becomes stronger, we call that as a belief. Belief is a statement that is perceived to be true. Perceived to be true. I'll give you one simple example. Take an MBA program, right? You can have an assumption about an MBA program. You can have some facts about an MBA program. You can have your own inferences about an MBA program. You can have opinions about an MBA program. You can have a belief about an MBA program. And all these things result in developing an attitude. And these attitudes are nothing but positions we take which is much stronger than a belief, opinion, inference, fact, and an assumption. What happens to most of us is, if you can ask question, what is the assumption I made? If you remember high school mathematics, we are taught that assume certain things. What they say, your father has given you some money. Out of this money, you spent 5 rupees. You gave 2 rupees to somebody. And if the money that is left with you is 3 rupees, how much money your father is given? So how do you solve that problem? Your mathematics teacher must have told you, imagine that your father has given you X. Imagining is an assumption. Definitely it's not a fact. Your father has not given you. You are inferring that you're not lost the money. You felt good about your friend, that's why you opined that he will return the money, that's why you gave money to your friend. And you believe that he will return it. Right? Since you have a positive attitude towards him, you gave the money. Since you value friendship, you gave money. I hope this is clear. There is something else called acceptance rejection model. After knowing yourself, do you accept, or you feel good about it, or you reject it? This is another important thing. If you don't love yourself, nobody will love you in the world. But if you're the only person who is loving yourself, and you love yourself more than you love anybody, you're in trouble. So acceptance rejection model, if you love only yourself and reject others, you are called a narcissist. If you don't accept yourself at all and completely reject, you become a manic depressive. Heaven and hell are not after death. Heaven and hell are the degree to which you accept and you reject. You don't have to completely accept yourself. You don't have to completely reject yourself. If I can increase my self-acceptance, it leads to development. I'll give you a simple example. Look at the word competitiveness. When we are young, we are more competitive, not competent, competitiveness. As we grow in age, as we develop, we become less competitive. Please understand this. For example, if somebody says something which is not true, a young person will say what you're telling is wrong. An individual who has developed himself, evolved himself, will not tell him because he'll be sensitive to the context. He might tell the person who told something wrong privately, but he will not tell publicly. Okay? Now, the interesting aspect about when it comes to understanding self, however much you succeed in knowing yourself, there is always something that is undiscovered about yourself. There is no human being who knows everything about himself. That's why it said, Aham Brahmasya. Nobody can know completely about yourself, oneself. there's always something called undiscovered self. And that is a most important aspect that keeps us living continuously. Now, what are the strategies? Ask a question. Who am I? Where did I come from? Is there growth in me? Is there development in me from today till few days ago, few years ago? Is there a constant change in my behavior? Is there a constant change in my understanding of others? Is there a constant change in what I've learned and what I've unlearned? What am I? Is the second strategy question you have to ask. Who am I and what am I? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? How many opportunities have missed? Am I sensitive to a threat? The third one important aspect is where I want to be. What is my goal post? For example, what is your immediate goal? Success or success and satisfaction? Success, satisfaction, and happiness, or whatever it is, you want to be continuously be in peace with yourself. Where is your desired destination? That is what I want to be. To put it in a little technical terms, my understanding of myself, the way others see me, what we call it as social self, and where I want to be. This is called ideal self. For nobody, there'll be a complete overlap of all these three. Fine. You can ask a question. What are my pleasure points? What will make me happy? What are the moments in my life that I enjoy? I experience joy, happiness, and peace. Which are the things that will make me unhappy? Which are the things that make me get angry? So, what are my pleasure points? What are my pain points? I mentioned this earlier. Ask this question: whatever I do, is it a skill or a habit? For example, teaching is a behavior. I teach only when I see an opportunity for me to teach. When I see the need to teach, I teach. Don't think I'll be teaching 24/7. Right? So I teach when there is a learning environment. I'll give you another simple example. Driving at high speed. If it becomes a habit, you will die. If it is a skill, I drive fast only when there is a need. Imagine you're in Vizag, you're going on the beach road, right? If you have to go fast, if the road is clear, and if you have developed the capability to drive fast, then only you will drive fast. If you are going in an evening and you want to enjoy the breeze, there is no point in passing through fast. So my behavior has to be context specific. There are a couple of strategies I would like to share. First one, I call this as 3 R's. See, how do you differentiate between an educated human being and an uneducated human being? There are 3 R's. You develop 3 skills: reading, writing, and arithmetic. These are the 3 skills you get when you get educated. These 3 skills would impact your behavior. For example, because of education you have got so far, if you're standing at a bus stand, you know the bus that is coming towards you, where it will go. Because you can read on the bus the route in which it goes. You know the number. The number tells you if you are experienced, if you can read the number, and you know the route. The second one is writing. You may be able to speak a language, but you may not be able to write it and show it to somebody. So reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? These are the impact of education. And when you are literate, you say that he is an individual who can read, who can write, and who can do some calculation, problem solving. Now I'm using 3 R's: reinforcing, recalibrating, and re-engineering. Whatever I have learned, can I strengthen it? That means, can I constantly strive in improving my deliverability? For example, I learned something, but am I keeping my saw sharp? If you learned something, and if you don't keep it practiced, you lose the practice and you can't deliver. Right? I don't know how many of you know, most of the performing artists, whether you're a musician, vocalist, instrumentalist, or a dancer, if you don't practice, you can't deliver. You must have heard about dancers. If they have given up dancing, they cannot dance again. Because of lapse of time, since you're not reinforced, you cannot deliver. One simple experience I can give you as a student to you is, there is something called, after reading, are you revising? Reinforcing is, are you looking into it once again? Second one is what we call it as recalibrating. The facts that you got, the skills that you develop, can I keep it relevant to today? That means, can I stay up to date? Recalibrating is, am I changing as per the needs of the day? The third one is called re-engineering. Am I changing the way I'm able to deliver? The next one is 3 Ds. Can I learn what is called detachment? Problem in life comes when we become attached. For example, in college life, you think you can learn only by attending a class. No, as I told you, are multiple sources. So detachment is being flexible. It's not the only way. There's another way to do. Just because you know one answer, that can't be the only answer. There could be some other answers. Discover. Delay. If you can delay, it can weaken the desire. Third one, challenge, called defy. Okay, is that clear? Is that clear? Any question at this point, please? Any question, any doubt?
No doubt, sir.
I spent about 1 hour 40 minutes. Now let me take you to something else, my last point, which I would like to share with you. The whole purpose of this session is to make you understand the interconnectedness between self, success, satisfaction, happiness, and peace. Now, if you have not understood, if you don't, there's no point in understanding a subject. You are the subject for success. So if I can look into my own behavior, I can be my teacher. Right? Now, please remember, if you can guide yourself, because you know yourself more than anybody else, your chance of success are very, very high. I'll pause over here. I'll take any questions. Please go ahead. Any question you have? Any doubt, any clarification? Uday Kumar asked me a question. He's asking me a question. I'll read it now. Uday Kumar. Why we need to attend classes even when we can learn from other sources in this digital era? Obviously, the two things that happens. Please remember, physical and digital. Physical is your being present in a classroom along with your classmates with a person who teaches. So first understand the job of teacher is not to give you information. The job of a teacher is not to give you information. The job of a teacher is beyond giving you information. When you get only information from class, you don't have to attend the class. You're right. Right? But from a teacher, you're supposed to get two more aspects. One is insight. What do you mean by insight? For example, as a student, suppose I tell you, I'm going to teach motivation tomorrow. Simple word called motivation. How to get motivated by yourself. If I teach everything that is in the book, the classes will be the most boring classes. Suppose the teacher kindles your interest first, then brings in, it would be completely different. I'll give a simple example from my life. I happen to be the first person in the country who did masters in psychology after doing BCom. Okay, in my BCom class, we had a subject called banking. And the teacher has come. Youngsters, we think, what is there? We just sat there. He asked a question. What is our national anthem? He first asked all of us, what is our national anthem? Somebody said, Janagana Mana. Fine. Who has written that? Somebody said, Rabindranath Tagore. He said, in which language it is written? Most of us felt it is Telugu. And we said it's Telugu. He said no. Then somebody said it is Sanskrit. Then teacher said it's not even Sanskrit. It is chaste Bengali, old Bengali language. Then he said, okay, now you understand what is national anthem. What is a national song? We didn't know. So he said, after some deliberation, he said, Vande Mataram is a national song. Who has written that? Bankim-Chandra Chattopadhyay. Fine. He said, can somebody recite what is Vande Mataram? Somebody started singing. Sujalam, Suphalam. He picked up these two words. He said, our country is predominantly agricultural economic country. Farming, our country is mostly in villages. India means not Bombay and Calcutta. India means villages. Villages means farmers. Farmers means less educated. Right? Now, agriculture. Now, the purpose of banking is to ensure they get adequate water and they'll be able to come with higher produce. Now, from where to where he came, I would never got this in any book. So please remember that. Please remember that. If the objective is getting only information, you can get this information in books. However, if you look at it, if you want to get insights, you get insights from a teacher. What to use, what not to use. When to use, when not to use. What are the precautions to be taken when you do, and how do you close it? I'll give a simple example. If you want to solve a problem, there are many ways to solve the problem. So I hope I answered Uday Kumar's question. If he is there, I don't know whether he's still there or not. In a digital classroom, I don't know who is there, who is not there. Please understand. The system may be on, but the individual may not be there. Same thing can happen in a class. You may be physically present, but mentally absent. Any other question, please? No. If the nature of my surrounding people are full opposite of me, then how do I handle them? If I maintain distance from the people are communicating for their needs, casually also I have anxiety. I can't understand this question, but let me try to answer. If you are surrounded by people who have negative feelings towards you, it's an opportunity for you to do two things. One, examine whether that's a fact or not, according to you. If it is a fact, you have to do something about it. If you think it's not a fact about you, perhaps you have an obligation to help them change their attitude towards you. I'll give you a simple example. In a classroom, which in a physical classroom it's possible, in a digital classroom like this it's not possible. I can know how much interested are students, what is the interest level of a student. In a digital classroom, you don't know what is the interest of a student. So how do I deal with that? I have to do many things that keep your interest levels high. By giving some examples. The job of a teacher is not to complicate simple things. Like, unfortunately, most of the teachers think so. The job of a teacher is to make complicated things simple. The job of a teacher, from a student's perspective, if you want me to tell, you open the book, read, after 5 minutes, either you fall asleep or you close the book. You don't feel like reading because it's boring. Whereas in a classroom, digital or physical, you will end up developing an interest, developing a curiosity, what the book has written about this. How to develop self-positive means what? I can't understand. But the way I understand is, see, each one of us have certain assets and liabilities. Liabilities is what perhaps you call it as negative. Assets is what you call it as positives. Okay, I'll answer that Kushum Kumar's question later, but this is becoming a little more dialoguing. But the last thing I would like to tell you is, all of us, life is a balance sheet. You have assets and liabilities. It is impossible that a person has got all assets, no liabilities. It can't be a balance sheet. You can't have all liabilities. And so if you have some strengths, work on your strengths. It is much easier than converting a weakness into a strength. I hope I answered your question. Okay, somebody else has asked me a question. Maybe he's a teacher. He's asking a question. See, what happens is there are multiple methods of teaching. Unfortunately, even today, most of the times we do what is called talk, chalk, and dust, called a lecture method. There are 4 important aspects to enhance effective teaching. First thing is what is being taught, to whom it is being taught, how it is being taught, and the method we use. For example, certain things can be taught in more than one way. I'll give you a simple example. If I want to teach a psychomotor skill, like cycling, like swimming, like these two, like wrestling, like boxing, it has to be physical. It cannot be digital. That does not mean that nothing can be learned digitally. If we are going for digital learning precisely because of the pandemic, or when you want to reach larger audience, So if my job as a teacher is to, first thing is, can I keep the student awake in my class, whether it is a digital class or a physical class? So in order to keep him awake, I should know what can interest him. If I don't tell him what interests him, he will have no interest in learning from me. So, as I said, unless I give you what is of value to you, you do not find value in what I'm giving to you later. I hope I answered your question. Any other question, please? See, discovering self is not a one-day affair. Dr. Radhakrishnan, who was the Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, a very well-known philosopher, he talks about two things. The definition of life is, the word question is valuable to me. I quest on. Question. See what a fantastic teacher is. He said, question means I quest on. That means I have thirst which cannot be satisfied forever. Pipasi antaru Telugulo. Jnanadaham antaru Telugulo. I take a little bit of water, after some time I feel thirsty. So I have a strong desire to learn. Second thing he said, when a person dies, at that minute also he is learning how to stop his breath, how to stop my breathing. He is learning. So when you stop learning, you stop living. Thank you so much. Any other question? Any other question, please? Shall I close it? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Somebody asked how to find purpose. No, I think please remember one thing. Written text is more dangerous than a spoken word. I find here how to find purpose of life. I suppose it is how to find purpose in life. Purpose in life is a philosophical question. For example, I suppose it is purpose. No, you have to be very, very careful because it reflects about you. My point is, I would have, how to find a purpose in life could have been more misunderstood. Propose to somebody. Thank God I have not committed that mistake. Excuse me.
Just like soup.
I see somebody else talking.
Like the vegetable soup.
Somebody is talking about, I think his name is Kaganam Mahbub Wali. Please mute your mic.
ये परीक्षा ये ठंड का मौसम में सूप बहुत अच्छा है.
I'm closing my session. Somebody is talking about soup.
ख्याल नहीं है क्या सूप का सूप वाला कभी लेंगे ऐसा.
Sir, I think they are unknownly. They don't know.
How can you do unknownly? Anyhow, it's okay.
Let them, sir.
Finding purpose in life is two ways. What is my immediate purpose and what is my long-term purpose? If I can identify some immediate purposes which can be connected to my ultimate purpose, it will happen. Let me go back to what I said.
Free course.
My ultimate purpose in life is peace. But since it is almost impossible for me to get peace now itself, I try to be successful first. Once I am successful to some extent, I try to
TV screen में नहीं बोल रहे. पीछे चल रहा 31 तक चलता है. जी ठीक है सर. ब्रिंजल.
My point is, I try for success. After attaining success, from success I attain satisfaction. From the satisfaction, partial satisfaction, I attain my happiness, and from my happiness I attain my peace. So this is what we call it as, you have series of short-term goals Make an attempt. Once you achieve, then perhaps you can achieve your ultimate goal. Your ultimate goal could be peace. I hope I answered your question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am glad that I could add value to my university. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to formally propose a vote of thanks to Professor Ravi Kumar Garu for a wonderful session on discovering self-leveraging for growth and development. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts on discovering self, and this will surely encourage us in our future events. The way you explained the connection between the words desire, ability, and opportunity, and the examples you have given with a special mention on Vedas and epics are really interesting and inspiring, sir. And thank you so much for answering the questions from all our participants with patience. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good day. Namaskar.
Thank you. I request all the participants to join the next session at 3 p.m. The next session starts at 3 p.m. Please make sure that you are present 5 minutes before. Thank you.